play wiffle ball for 2.5 hours. And, I mean, they got the same old pitch clock rules and all that stuff, so it goes by pretty quick what happens. I mean, it's obviously not pro baseball. What? I think they do. I haven't been there this year, so I don't know about the pitch clock but I think they do. The really cool thing is, though, that their bullpens aren't secluded. So their bullpens are right near all the fans. So kind of just imagine like the bullpen that they have there right behind home plate with like a little mini, waist high fence. So all the people can either go out, say what's up, talk to the bullpen pitchers, and be like, hey, what school did you go to? Can I have a cap and dip or whatever? Like, you can just, it's pretty funny. Some of them are dicks, some of them are pretty nice, and they'll talk to you and stuff. So it's a bit of both, but yeah, that's like, it's a weird thing you never see. Even like D1 baseball, you can't just go up to the players on the side and be like, hey guys, how's the game going? You get thrown out. Right. Go on YouTube. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. On your end. And they also say with host families, so they get like a per diem or like a certain per week payment from the league. It's obviously not a ton, but they'll live with different families, kind of like some of these guys. It's very.
We were trying to do it with host families over here, but I don't know if many people were interested.
What about the kid from Florida?
I think they all live like right in the.
Oh, they just got like an apartment complex or something.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, they live.
No way.
Yeah, I think
so. Cleary opened up the dorms for the. Wow, that's actually really nice. Are we hot right now? Hot mic. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 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 1 2 1 2. Let's see if we get something. 81 subscribers. There's 2 people watching. I think that's me and you.
Yeah.
Oh, we sound good. We sound good. Wait. Check check 1 2. Yeah, we sound good. Turn that down a little bit. Check 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 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, so they run through Meredith is what they call it.
Yeah, right now today we're on Meredith.
Oh yeah.
Get more people going.
Here you go.
Check 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 1 2 1 2. Check, check, Cleary, Cleary. Michigan Monarchs, jet box. Check, 1 2.
Kyle Madison.
I saw that video of the game winner of the last game.
put this out here so it doesn't like double up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lake Trust Stadium, home of Cleary University. The Cleary Cougars hosting the second home game for the Michigan Monarchs this year. Welcome in. They play the Jetbox Baseball Club. Tom Cavanaugh alongside you for this one. Solo broadcast here in Game 1. My partner Dan Leach will be around for Game 2 as we have a doubleheader tonight. Back on June 13th, there was a rainout that suspended this game with a 3-2 count, 1 out, a couple runners on base, and we're just going to get right into things here, folks. So it's a 3-2 count on the 9 batter in this lineup, Cole Holtink, for the 0-6 Jetbox. They're looking for their first win of the year. They dropped 3 to the Sandusky Ice Haulers and then lost another 4 to the Muskegon Clippers. So we'll run everything through in a minute with offense and defensive stances here, but Ricky Kidd, he is getting the supposed start here in the second inning with a 3-2 count on Cody Holtink. They're going to turn back towards second. 2 base runners on. Liam Pollock stands at second. He's in left field tonight for Jetbox. And at first, Brennan Lux. He reached on an error. He is playing third base tonight. This is Holtink's first at-bat of the game. Obviously, he didn't bat before in the game. That's ball 4 high on the 3-2, and the bases are now loaded. So to break down defensive stances for the Michigan Monarchs behind the plate, fresh face Makana Olaso from San Jose State will break into his prowess and how well he can swing it and catch behind the plate. At third, Tony Hatzageorgio. At shortstop, Luke Johnson. Scoop Hardin's playing second base. TJ Potkova at first. Ricky Kidd facing a whole new batter now. That ball's in the dirt low, snagged by Olaso, 1-0. Out in the outfield, Silas Butler occupies right, Jake Dresselhaus in center, and TJ Kella out in left field. The Michigan Monarchs are 3-3. They've seen a lot of baseball since we were last with you for that walk-off by Scoop Hardin in the bottom of the ninth. Here's a chopper back up the middle, past the glove of Kidd on to second. Hardin's throw to first is in time. Run will score, though, as Pollock comes all the way around, and it was a 1-1 game after the suspension a week ago, and it is now 2-1 as Pollock comes across. So RBI ground out there for Michael Shavdarov. He's their leadoff man. It's now Ryan Lux, the catcher, out of Eastern Michigan. Two gone, 2-1. Jetbox on top. They're looking for their very first win. 0-6 on the year. It is a 500 record for the Monarchs. Beautiful day for baseball. Just a few clouds in the sky here in Howell, Michigan. Ed Marks, home plate umpire. In the field, it's Kevin Creasy. 1-0 pitch. On the corner, in and out of the glove of Olaso behind the plate. Marks was our field umpire a couple weeks ago, and the Monarchs faced off against the Royal Oak Leprechauns. What a thrilling game that was to open the season at home. Kidd tucks that ball behind his right butt cheek. Now comes set at the belt, the 1-1. In there for a strike on the inside corner, just a little bit up by the letters. Ryan Lux this year, he's 3 for 12. He's got 1 RBI and 1 double, so he can split a gap. Got some pop as well in that 2 spot. 1-2, 2 outs. Breaking ball, flicked away, back towards the screen. Good fight from Lux. He's one of 2 Lux brothers on this team. Brennan Lux, he's playing third base and batting 7th. He's actually standing at third base right now. So Holting's at second after the walk, and Lux is at third. The 1-2 one more time. Breaking ball high at the shoulders. Good take. So Makana Olaso was not on the roster earlier. He's behind the plate today, getting his first start from Winchester, California. As we said, went to San Jose State and played a whole lot there. A team that made a regional this year. Foul back from Lux on the 2-2. On this Jetbox team, there's a lot of similar college players. You got 4 guys from Oakland University, 3 from Northwood, 3 from Madonna, 3 from Davenport and Macomb Community College as well. 2-2 again. Line drive up the middle into center field, a base hit. 1 run will come in. They're going to send Holtink around third. Throw the plate will not be in time. Two-run single for Ryan Lux. Gives the Jetbox a 4-1 lead here in the second, and the Monarchs waking up here quickly. They're going to have to, as we started this game with 2 runners on for Jetbox, and it was just right away a walk and a couple hits. Brady Krzyzuk, the DH now, standing in the left-handed side of the box. Had a fabulous year his freshman year with Madonna. Lux takes off for second. He's in there safely as it was a check swing from Krzyzuk. They're going to call it a strike, though, I'm pretty sure. It looked like he went all the way around. 0-1 to the big lefty. Received freshman honors last year with Madonna. He was part of that incredible run, winning the WAC championship, taking down nationally ranked Concordia. 0-1 to Krzyzuk is outside. He played a really good first base for the Crusaders as well. He's wearing very similar colors, that blue and yellow. Monarchs in their pinstripes today. Gray with the green numbers. Kid on the mound's got the stirrups on. Line drive back to the screen from Krzyzuk. Puts him down to 2 strikes. Glad to have you along for game 1 of this doubleheader. So right after this finishes up here, this 9-inning contest will move into game 2. Dan Leach and I will be on the call for that second one. 1-2 pitch again, swing and a miss. Right by it goes Krzyzuk. Nice strikeout from Kidd. His first and 11th of the year, 7th of the year. We head to the top of the 3rd inning, 4-1, Jetbox on top. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Top of the 3rd inning here from Cleary University. 4-1, Jetbox on top. And because this game was supposed to be played at Oakland University, it's a home game for Jetbox. We are in the top of the 3rd, a 3-run lead as Josh Corson, the tall right-hander from Rochester, Michigan, takes the mound. First pitch hits Jake Dresselhaus, a fastball right into the back of Jake, and in just a little wince of pain, but he seems to be all right, jogging on down to first. And Josh Corson, he is a sophomore with Oakland University, so he plays his home games at his home field for Jetbox. Got a couple at-bats, but he's on the mound. He's definitely a starting pitcher. That's what he went to college for. Probably going to get some more innings and some more opportunities next year with the Golden Grizzlies. But on the very first pitch, we got a base runner. Silas Butler now takes a fastball just a bit high. Ryan Lux behind the plate. For Jetbox, as we said, Corson's on the mound. Caden Penn plays first. Cody Holtink at second. Nick Kroll's at short. Over at third, Brennan Lux. And picked off is Jake Dresselhaus at first base. Running him down, the one throw off the glove of the second baseman Holtink, and in safely is Dresselhaus. Caden Penn was holding that ball all the way until Dresselhaus was on his way to second. The throw was perfect, but right off the tip of Holtink's glove, and sliding in safely was Dresselhaus after being picked off, not realizing how far he was away from first base. So just like that, runner on second for the Monarchs. 1-0 count in a 4-1 game. Silas Butler at the dish. Fastball just inside. Butler, a junior from Cumberland University, hails from Stockbridge, Georgia. Corson folds, tucks the ball in his glove, now comes set at the chest before checking the runner Dresselhaus down at second. 2-0, behind Butler, taking off for third now is Dresselhaus. He's going to slide in safely. A pass ball as it bounces out of the glove of Lux and squirts over to the left side. Gives Dresselhaus enough time to take the extra 90 feet. 3 balls and no strikes to the 2-batter in this lineup, Silas Butler. 2 pitches now have either hit a Monarch or gone behind them from Josh Corson here. The 3-0. High and inside. So 5 straight balls here from Corson. Has runners on the corners. Luke Johnson, the shortstop now, will dig in. Another lefty in this lineup. Don't see enough of them for the Monarchs, but Coach Kelton Caldwell starting to mix it in a little bit more. Want to even out that lineup with a couple lefties, more than you want than the 1, maybe 2 that you usually get. No shift for him here, though, as the first pitch to Johnson is on the corner for a strike. That's got to feel good for Corson, just setting that first one in there. Fairly open stance for Johnson as he wags the bat over the left shoulder. Butler takes off for second base, and he's in there. Straight steal. Joshua Corson tried to pick over to first, and Butler was gone on the throw. So 2 heads-up base running plays here after Dresselhaus was picked off of first, but the throwing error in the field from Jetbox allowed him to coast in safely. So without a hit, it's second and third, nobody out. Monarchs are threatening here. The 0-1. Tipped foul off of Lux as he goes down in a heap. Going to give him a second is Ed Marks, the home plate umpire. Head coach Steve Erbst, vice president and team ops of the Jetbox organization, out to the field to check on his catcher. It's 0-2 on Luke Johnson. So to check the standings around the North Division of the Great Lakes Summer Collegiate League. Leading it all here in the North Division is the Muskegon Clippers. They're 6-0. The Sandusky Ice Haulers come in at the 2 spot, 5-2 on the year so far in the early season. The Lima Locos are 5-3. And in the 4th spot are the Monarchs, 500 at 3-3. And to round out the standings of the 6 teams, it's the Royal Oak Leprechauns. They're 3-4. And Jetbox sitting at the very bottom, 0-6 to start their season. Johnson waits on the 0-2 after a little bit of time. Luck seems to be okay. Johnson fouls it off. For this Jetbox team, they have struggled to score runs. They have been shut out twice this year, and their smallest margin of loss really was 4 runs. All losses by 4 or more runs. 8-4 was their closest. 0-2 again, breaking ball low and inside. Home plate umpire shaking the head there. Is a good pitch from Corson, just couldn't get Johnson to bite. Luke Johnson from Middle Tennessee State. He's seen some Division I baseball as he's a sophomore. Didn't play last year. Corson the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Right past Johnson. He wanted to pull the trigger, but just a tad too late. Huge strikeout for Josh Corson with runners on second and third and nobody out. And that's exactly what you wanted to prevent any runs from scoring with the infield back for Jetbox. Anything on the ground past the pitcher was going to score the run, but a strikeout keeps the runners there. Here's the man, Makana Olaso. 28 hits, 26 RBIs, and 3 homers last year for San Jose State. Those are some big numbers. Breaking ball outside. He was injured towards the end of the year. Played his last game on May 28th. Was not able to participate in the regional against both Cal State Fullerton and Stanford. Stanford plays tomorrow in the College World Series final. So check out some of the teams that San Jose State and Olaso has faced. No slouches. He's played some very good talent as that one comes in for a strike on the inside corner. At the beginning of the year, he was off the roster, and then they put him back on. Obviously recovered from that injury as he's got that fairly open stance in the right-handed box. Still bat. Bouncing ball, gloved by Lux. He seems to still be favoring that right side after the foul ball connected with him. Let's see if he stays in the game. Hopefully he does. There's other catchers on this team as well. You got Matthew Meyer, a junior. Also Nick Christ from Madison Heights. Lux tried to steal a strike there, just a bit low. Nice layoff from Makana Olaso. 3 balls and 1 strike now. So to catch you up in the inning at third, Jake Dresselhaus. Down at second is Silas Butler. Both of them had a free pass. A strikeout to Johnson has 1 out here in the top of the third. Corson's pitch, swing and a miss. Huge swing from Olaso. Just missed his bat. That was a fastball in the outside corner. He was trying to pull that out into the trees and left. TJ Potkova looms on deck. He's had himself a pretty good few games to start. 3-2. Spiked fastball in the dirt. It's another walk. Olaso works the free base, and we have him loaded here with 1 out. Potkova with the bases loaded and 1 out. Playing first today for the Monarchs. Pretty much all year long he's going to be there. Corson taps the glove, now fires a fastball in the outside corner. Good start for him. This is the first time that he's led with a strike. It's been 1-0, 2-0, 3-1 to all the batters to start off this inning. Corson hides the ball in his glove, now comes set again, checks the runner once, now goes. Curveball just off the plate outside. Not going to get that call today. Ed Marks behind the plate. We're aware of his zone. Corson a long lean in. He's got to get someone out here. He's got the swinging strikeout to Johnson earlier today, but that's about it. Fly ball by Potkova out to right field. This should get the run in. Making the catch out there is going to be Robinson. Tagging and scoring will be Dresselhaus. And on to third is Butler. Sacrifice fly for TJ Potkova. Brings the Monarchs within 2 here. Got that just enough out into right field for Dresselhaus to score and Butler to get from second to third. So that hit by pitch and walk to start things off for Corson proving costly here. Olaso still stands at first. We got runners on the corners here with 2 gone. Tony Hatzigiorgio, one of the better hitters for this Monarch team, steps up. Ground ball fouled on the third baseline. Remember, folks, directly after the finish of this first game, Game 2 will start. My partner Dan Leach and I will be on the call for that one. Very, very excited for that one. Covering a lot of that plate, Hatzigiorgio. He's more like an Anthony Rizzo where he sits right over top of the plate. He was hit by a pitch back in the first home game. That was about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. Haven't been back at Cleary for quite some time as the Monarchs went on the road. Went to Ohio to face the Lima Locos. Only won just a single game there. Lost 2 of 3. 1-1 inside to Hatzigiorgio. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Jetbox leads at 4-2, trying to pick up their very first win of the year. Corson sets again, a long look, checks the runner. In the dirt again, Lux stabs at it and blocks it up. A lot easier for these catchers behind the plate to block up anything in the dirt, especially those spiked fastballs or sliders that get away from guys, just because of the true hops that the turf will give you. When you're playing on that dirt, you never know where that ball's going to bounce, cause issues. 3 balls, 1 strikes to the Monarch third baseman. Hatzigiorgio taps it foul, back towards his own dugout. Zacharias Salinas, who has been red hot, another lefty, and another catcher for this team. He's waiting on deck. Remember, Salinas had the 3-hit day to go along with Scoop Hardin's walk-off base hit against the Royal Oak Leprechauns. It's an 8-7 win there. 3-2, 2 outs. Hatzigiorgio again pulls it foul down the line. Had a lot of rain yesterday. I know out in Howell, Michigan, there was that crazy hailstorm, but very glad to see that everything has, even though we're playing on turf, hasn't affected our play today or any of the travel for any of these guys. Alasso's at first. Over there is Butler at third. 3-2, 2 outs. Hatzigiorgio awaits. Line drive, base hit into center field. Butler comes in. Alasso will park the brakes at second, continuing to swing the bat well and continues the inning. It's Tony Hatzigiorgio, another RBI for him. 4-3. Monarchs trail by just 1 now. Here's Salinas, second lefty in this lineup today for the Monarchs. Runners on first and second now with 2 outs, continuing this rally. We saw it last time we were here at Cleary University. This Monarchs team does not give up. They allowed 2 runs in the top of the 9th to lose the lead. They were a strike away from victory. But in the bottom half of the inning, in the bottom of the 9th, were able to put together a rally, score 2 more runs, and win it. So even when they're trailing by 2, 3 runs, as they were at the beginning of this inning, they're always going to answer back. 0-1 on Salinas right now. Swing and a miss. Quickly down 0-2, and Josh Corson on the mound has settled down nicely. He's given up that hit to Hatzigiorgio there, but a deep fly ball to Potkova and a strikeout to Johnson recorded those 2 outs. Definitely has gotten away from his wild ways that started. Still bat from Salinas. Ground ball up the middle. Corson slips. It's going to be an on-the-run throw from Kroll, and he makes the play for out number 3. Monarchs get 2 back in the inning. 4-3. We head to the bottom of the 3rd. Jetbox on top. You're listening to Monarchs Baseball Network. We'll be back in a minute. Bottom of the third inning. Jetbox trying to get another crack at it here. Scored a couple in the top half of the third. In the bottom half of the second inning. And those runs quickly erased as this is a hot shot to first. Diving is Potkova. Can't pick it up, though. It's going to be a leadoff hit here for Caden Penn. So a 4-1 lead quickly erased to a 4-3 lead. And we talked about Jetbox struggling to score runs. Been shut out twice earlier this year, but swinging the bat well here to start, capitalizing on mistakes. Nick Kroll from Madonna at the plate. Pops one up foul, out of play. Kroll, 5 for 17. He's hitting .294 on the year through 5 games. 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. Plays a very, very solid shortstop. I'm going to pick over towards Penn at first. Kroll and Krasuk, teammates, along with one of the pitchers on this Jetbox team, Dustin Cummins. 0-1 to Kroll is high. Get you the numbers on starting pitcher Ricky Kidd. Had an unbelievable year with Henry Ford College last year. 54 and a third innings pitched. Gave up just 19 runs, 61 strikeouts for 3.15 ERA. He had 61 Ks and only 30 walks. That ball's high and inside to Kroll. Penn a pretty decent lead at first, halfway on the grass cutout over there. Kidd has already thrown over once. Haven't seen Olasso's arm behind the plate. There's a curveball just a bit high, missing. We've seen 3 different arms behind the plate. Zacharias Salinas, Sam Thompson, and we're yet to see Olasso here throw down. Maybe Penn will try to go. He's got the steel and glove on. Half swing there, call it a sword from Nick Kroll, 3-2. What really jumps out at you is that strikeout to walk ratio from Ricky Kidd, so you know he's going to throw a strike in situations like this. Likely the fastball as he sets. Just off the plate inside. So after the walk and a strikeout now, it's a base hit and a walk. It's now first and second, nobody out, and exactly how the Monarchs started the last half inning. Liam Pollock from Oakland. Pollock scored back last inning. He was the runner at second base, has a single in this game already, takes a big hack at a fastball high and outside. Pollock's hands real close in towards that left ear. As he unloads, shoots one down the left field line, base hit in the left. It's going to bounce off the glove of TJ Kella. Coming around to score is Penn. Holding up at third is Kroll. Now he's going to try and score. The throw, not in time. TJ Kellett took his eyes off the baseball on a routine grounder. It knocked off his calf muscle and bounced into left center to allow 2 runs to score. We've seen it from both sides now. Mental and physical errors kind of combined to result in runs for the other team. 6-3 Monarchs trail. Good swing from Liam Pollock, though. Regardless, he's down at second after the botched ball. Kroll's got a lot of speed. He was definitely going to score on that. Held up for a moment before head coach Steve Herbst sent him. 1 ball, no strikes now to Brennan Lux, the third baseman. Big swing and a miss, 1-1. We've seen a few balls here on this turf at Cleary play funky for the Monarchs. Remember back, a ball snuck under right fielder Jake Dresselhouse's glove against the Leprechauns to allow a few to score. Check swing, did not go. That ball is low. They're going to offer to Kevin Creasy in the field umpire, and he says no, he didn't. Two balls, 1 strike to Lux. Reached on an error last time. The 2-1. Fly ball out to right field. This one's tailing towards Butler. He's going to be there. Makes the catch and faking the tag and almost having a chance to double him up there. Was Butler in right field. Liam Pollock was a few steps off the base. Regardless, He records the out there, one gone.
The jet box from Davenport University, number 8, Josh Robinson.
So just the first out of the inning so far, Joshua Robinson steps in. First pitch to Josh is cut on and missed, tipped off the bad end of the glove of Lasso there. A lot of run scoring to start. Jetbox has scored one in every inning so far. Cracked into right center field by Robinson. This one's going to split the gap all the way to the wall. Pollock will score with ease and pushing on to third base. Wow, he's flying. Robinson's on to third. The throw will not be in time. RBI triple for Joshua Robertson. He put that in the deepest part of the ballpark and has himself a three-bagger. Wow.
From University of Michigan, number 30, Cody Poland.
Just like that, 7-3. Another three spot has been put up here in back-to-back innings for Jetbox. And forget what I said earlier about struggling to score runs. This team continuing to put extra base hits and clutch hits together with runners in scoring position. Ricky Kidd not used to this type of production against him. Allowed 19 earned runs in 54 and a third innings last year with Henry Ford. One out. Cody Holtink now. All he's got to do is put a ground ball to second or shortstop, and Robinson will score. As we saw him fly around the bases there. 1-0 from Kidd. Swing and a miss. Big one there from Holtink. We're in the bottom of the third inning in a resumed game of a rainout. Monarchs and Jetbox started this one on June 13th. Stopped it at a 1-1 game in the bottom of the second. It's now 7-3 in the third. Strike called. Holtink parks it at second base today for Jetbox. Going to U of M next year. He's from Battle Creek, Michigan. The 1-2. On the play for strike three called. Ed Marks rings him up and gives him the nod. Holtink does not like it whatsoever. Regardless, it's out number 2. So back to the top of the lineup. Michael Shavdarov. RBI his last time.
The Jetbox, number 12, from Davenport.
Strike called on the inside corner with 2 gone. Robinson's at third. He hit a triple. Michael Shavdarov, RBI his first time. Leaves a fastball high and outside. Sophomore from Davenport University, a pretty good club, moving to the GLIAC Conference. They were an NAIA program before just a few years ago. 1-1 to him, high and away. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit. That flag out in right center field at rest right now, but we'll see flashes. 2-1 pitch, misses outside again. Kidd is trying to locate that fastball in the outside corner to a lefty, but just is missing by a tad. Four-run lead right now for the Box. 3-1 pitch is lifted well out of play. One thing that a lot of these guys are still trying to adjust themselves to is hitting consistently with these wood bats. All these guys were practicing and playing with their aluminum bats, their BB Core bats, giving them a little bit more pop than they're used to. And when you switch over to the summer and you have to find that small barrel on those wood bats, it's a little tougher. Fastball spiked on the 3-2 to Shavdarov, and he's on. Second walk in the inning for Ricky Kidd. No movement in the bullpen, but someone getting a little bit stretched out there, so maybe in the next few batters we'll see someone as Adam Castillo, the pitching coach for the Monarchs, will step out onto the mound. We'll take a short 10-second break. 7-3, our score with runners on first and third. The Monarchs talk it over here on the Monarchs Baseball Network. So after the conference with pitching coach Adam Castillo, Ricky Kidd has got runners on the corners with 2 gone. Trying to get out of the frame. 3 runs already in for the box. First pitch to Ryan Lux is low and outside. Good to see him walking around just fine after taking a foul ball off the ankle knee area last half inning. Monarchs have a play up the middle, so just touch on to second base for the force out there. 1-0. Runner goes on for second. Here's a little blooper, and they didn't get him at second. The throw on to first is bobbled. It was a line drive, not hit hard up the middle. They thought they got the force out at second. Kevin Creasy calls him safe, and they have to throw on to first, and Potkova dropped it. Another run will score. Robinson comes in. 8-3 now. So a routine play turns into another run for Jetbox, and the Monarchs are going to have to climb out of, once again, a large hole. Brady Kruzuk, big swing and a miss. Probably going to mark it down as an error. I think Lux would have been out if that was a throw right on the money. It was low and outside as Potkova had to stretch forward at first. Couldn't corral it. 2 on, 2 out. 5-run lead now for Jetbox. High and away on a fastball from Kidd. This Jetbox team coming into the game hitting .209 as a team. 47 strikeouts and 22 walks. They already have 3 walks today. Taking advantage. Ground ball, fair, glove by Potkova. Diving play, he touches the bag for out number 3. DJ Potkova saves a few runs. We head to the top half of the inning. Jetbox on top 8-3 after a 4-run frame. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Baseball Network. Welcome back into Michigan Monarchs Baseball. Tom Cavanaugh bringing you all the way through this first one here. Resumed ball game between the Monarchs and the Jetbox. Back on June 13th, there was a rain delay, stop the game entirely, and we're resuming it here. Doubleheader tonight, game 2, starting promptly around 8 o'clock. 1-0 breaking ball, high and inside to Mark Harden. Scoop Harden is his name. Remember what Scoop did last time he was up here at Clear University. Bases loaded, base hit up the middle into center field for a walk-off 8-7 victory over the Leprechauns. Strike called on the inside corner, 2-1 to Scoop. He's been the everyday second baseman for the Monarchs this year. Corson working through another inning. Fouled away to make it 2-2. It'll be Harden, Kella, and Dresselhaus here in the 4th. Two again, swing and a miss at a fastball. Up near the eyes. Harding goes down swinging. 1 gone. Second strikeout also for Joshua Corson so far. TJ Kella. Last batter in this lineup now will dig in. Had trouble with that ball in left field last half inning, leading to a few runs scoring. Going to try to redeem himself here in this next at-bat and through the next several innings into next game as well. He's an everyday guy out in left field. Fouled away. Nice shot. Just a little bit late on the fastball. Corson sitting upper 80s, maybe touching 90, 91. Kella didn't play last year for San Jose State. Comes from Orfield, Pennsylvania, along with Makana Olaso, the other member of this San Jose State team that's out here playing for the Monarchs. Spiked breaking ball as Corson loses his hat. Five-run deficit for the Monarchs. One gone on the strikeout. Kella trying to put a few guys on. You always have to start with the bottom of that lineup. Breaking ball misses high and in. And if you're Corson on the other side, those 8-9 batters are the ones you need to get out. He's got a chance here on the 2-2. High pop up, gets out of play back towards us. Corson, one of 4 members of the Oakland University Golden Grizzlies on this team. Cleary, Pollock, and Loinger all coming over to play for the Box. Check swing, did he go? They're going to offer down to Kevin Creasy. He did not. Full count with 1 out for TJ Kella. If that ball gets up there, we can see a farther American flag billowing some wind, but can't get above the trees. 3-2 pitch on the corner called. Kella stares it down and's got to walk back to the bench. Back-to-back strikeouts here for Joshua Corson. For a guy that did not pitch last year for Oakland, definitely showing that coaching staff what he can do, and that's what a lot of these college guys are here to do, impress their college coaches so in the fall they're able to come through and be productive. Line shot by Dresselhaus in the right center gap, but right at Joshua Robinson for out number 3. Quick inning with a pair of strikeouts for Josh Corson. We go bottom 4, 8-3. The Box on top of the Monarchs. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Caden Penn to lead things off. Against Ricky Kidd again. Penn singled his last time and does it again. First pitch, line shot into center. And that's how he started last inning. He was the leadoff guy. Had that rope shot into right field. He's now 2 for 2, and if it was anything like last inning, it's going to be a 4 spot, as Jetbox scored 1 in the first, 3 in the second, and 4 in the third for a total of 8. And they lead by 5. Fastball called on the outside corner, starting off against Nick Kroll. Kroll walked and scored last time. Scored on that TJ Kella bouncing ball in left. 0-1 is in the dirt. Alasso checking on the runner. Got a lot of experience back there behind the plate. DH'd some, but also caught for the Spartans. Good lead at first for Caden Penn. Kroll's rating on the 1-1. Popped up. Going to get out of play. If you tuned in last week, we talked about how far that foul territory is on either side. Very, very wide, so any foul balls, you got to hold your breath if you're the hitter. And if you're a first or third baseman, give it all you got. There's a real good chance you're making the grab. 1-2 pitch to Kroll. Fouled away again. Kroll was one of those guys for Madonna this past year that did not strike out a lot. He was in the 9-hole almost every game for his ability to get on base or just hit guys in. That's what you need out of your 9-hitter. He's a second leadoff guy. 1-2 slider outside. Ricky Kidd, some exciting news. He's going to be heading to the University of Michigan next year. Very excited for him, moving on from Henry Ford Community College, and that's what it's all about for some of these guys. 2-2, runner goes, Alasso's throw down on a bounce to the right of the second baseman Harden there, and it was a good throw. It had the speed, but offline and a little bit low. So another stolen bag. Caden Penn gets down there safely. Three balls and 2 strikes now to Nick Kroll. Kidd delivers. High pop-up. Should be playable. Kidd doesn't see it. Potkova, the first baseman, calling for it in foul ground and makes the catch. 1 out. Good communication from Potkova there. That ball was much closer to Alasso, but even the pitcher, Ricky Kidd, from how he looked up, did not see it off the bat. One thing that will play a role tonight is the sky, that twilight sky in a few hours when that sun begins to set. Before it's all the way down, there's a little bit of time, about a 45 to an hour period where the ball is almost invisible in the outfield when it gets up in the sky. If you caught any of that Stanford, Texas super regional game and you saw the walk-off of Stanford winning on a routine fly ball to center field, that's exactly what happened. They were playing in the twilight sky and a ball dropped in there right by the center fielder of Texas. That one's fouled away. Big, big swing there from Liam Pollock, who's 2 for 2. Right now everything's fine, but you'll see in a few hours some of those fly balls might be tough to pick up. Pollock 2 for 2, singled both times today. This is his 3rd time batting in as many innings. The 1-1. Big swing and a miss. Fastball in the upper outer corner, went after it there. It's 2 that we've seen from Pollock now trying to chase the outer half pitch. Keeps those hands close in towards the ear. Now pulls it down the first base line right at Potkova. Gonna glove it, touch on to first, and the runner Penn will scoot over to third base. So a little easier of a play for TJ Potkova from last inning. It was that Brady Krasuk hot shot down the first base line that he gloved. So 2 gone with the runner at third for Brennan Lux. 0 for 2 and a run scored. He reached on an error back in the second. Ricky Kidd in that squat position before, coming set straight up. Breaking ball. Great pitch on the outside corner. That's exactly how you want to start if you're going with the off speed. Lower outer half to the righty. Lux, the brother of Ryan Lux, a couple years younger. 0-1. Half check swing. This one is fair down the right field line. all the way into the corner. Lux is on his way to second. He's in there safely with an RBI double. Lux checked his swing. It was sort of a more of a bunt that went over the head of Potkova. He did not complete his swing. He checked it. It popped off the bat over the first baseman's head. Nothing the Monarchs could do there. Oh, my goodness. It looked foul from our view, and then it just hit the line. 9-3 now as the run comes in to score. Caden Penn, he came in from third. So an RBI double it is on a check swing from Brennan Lux. Joshua Robertson, who had the RBI triple, he's at the plate now. Line drive, caught at second base by Scoop Harden. Another hard hit ball from Joshua Robinson. Keeps this one on the infield, though, for out number 3. Another run comes in for Jetbox. 9-3 on top of the Monarchs. We go to the 5th. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back in. Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Josh Corson is back on the mound for Jetbox. He's facing off against Silas Butler, who walked and scored his last time back in the 3rd inning. We're in the top of the 5th in a 9-3 ball game. Jetbox seeking their very first victory, and they're in good shape to start things off at the moment. Barring a Monarchs comeback, they're down by 6. We will have to see. It's 2-0 to start against Butler, who does a great job of walking and stealing bases. So if he's on, look for him to go. 2-0 is popped up. Might be playable. Giving chase is Penn. Still coming over. Can't get there. Runs out of room at the last second. That one just clanked up against the Jetbox dugout there. If I had to guess, I'd say it's anywhere from 65, 70, maybe 80 feet from the outwalk of the dugout to the foul line. So a lot of space on the third and first base lines. 2 balls and 1 strike to Butler. Big windup from Corson. Sets one in there for a strike on the fastball. Evens up the count at 2-2. Three and 3 of the Monarchs this year. Looking for win number 4. Breaking ball on the corner. Strike 3 looking. What a pitch from Josh Corson, dropping it in there on the 2-2. 3 strikeouts in the last 2 innings, 4 total for Josh. Luke Johnson, a strikeout swinging his first time. Fairly open stance. Has played a really good shortstop this year. Big swing and a miss as his right shoulder pulls way out of the box there. Corson loses his hat one more time, but sets in the strike. Nice pitch. Might need to grow that hair out just a little bit more to fill up the hat. Maybe a few bobby pins will work as well. We've seen that happen. The 0-2. Breaking ball high. Oh, it's 2 in a row from him. Nice take, though, by Luke Johnson. 1-2 as the Monarchs are looking to come back here in the middle innings. Jetbox has scored in every single inning so far. Ricky Kidd, likely his day is done as that one is down and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Let's try to get a number on who is in the bullpen at the moment for the Monarchs. I think it's Colton Smith, senior right-hander out of Creighton. The 2-2 to Johnson. Popped up out of play. Nice pitch from Corson. That was a fastball outside. Let's see if he goes with the breaking ball. He has set it in nicely on the outside corner to righties, but if he wants to get greedy here on a 2-2, he might be able to freeze Johnson on the inside corner. Here goes Corson, the 2-2 again. Fastball, swing and a miss. Check that, it was a breaking ball. It just fell off the table at the last second on the inside corner and got him to cut and miss. Second time Johnson has struck out, and second straight strikeout. That's 5 now for Corson. And after a shaky start, most would say, he hit the first batter on the first pitch and then walked Butler on 4 pitches. So it was 2 on to start things off and led to a few runs scoring, but ever since then, Corson has been fabulous. 5 strikeouts since that point and 4 in the last 5 batters. 1 ball, no strikes to Makana Olaso with 2 gone. He's going to pop one up. Out of play down the first base line. Talked about Olaso and his ability to swing it. It seems like all the catchers for this Monarchs team can really produce at the plate as well behind the plate. Zacharias Salinas had 3 hits last game. We saw Sam Thompson. He played a decent amount at Michigan State last year, and we saw him throw out 3 runners against Royal Oak in the very first game of the year. That's a curveball that misses inside to Olaso. 2-1 to the catcher. Corson, the tall righty, stands in, kicks the leg and goes high and in again, 3-1. Olaso swings and hits one deep to left field. This one's got a lot of carry in left, way back, gone. Makana Olaso, 3 home runs this past year at San Jose State and his first as a Monarch. What a swing with 2 outs off Josh Corson. That ball was a towering fly ball to left field. Nice swing from Makana Olaso. 9-4 is our score. And that's the type of production you want from a guy that just came off of injury and makes an immediate impact to your team. At the very beginning of the year, he was not on the roster. They bring him in here a few games in after the injury, and my goodness, he destroyed that baseball. Get used to seeing that, folks. We're going to see a few more from Olaso this year doing just that on a 2-2 fastball high. TJ Potkova fouls it off. Sacrifice fly last time for Potkova as he leaves that breaking ball low in the dirt. TJ had 143 at-bats last year for Henry Ford Community College. That fastball just inside. A really good year for Potkova. So check that, we have a pinch hitter here for TJ Potkova who had a sacrifice fly, and we're going to get Avery Thielman in now to hit. So check that, I'm sorry, very similar builds at 6'1". 185, 190 for both of these guys. And Thielman now steps in. The 3-1 pitch to him is a strike called, bringing him right back in. That's interesting. We saw back in game 1 here at Clear University against the Leprechauns, Thielman started, and then Potkova came in about the 3rd inning. Now it's reversed. Potkova gets the start, and Thielman comes in later on. And it's a walk on a fastball high. So after back-to-back strikeouts to start the inning, Makana Alasso hits a solo shot, and now a walk to Avery Thielman. Thielman back at first base there. Tony Hatzigiorgio is waiting on his first pitch, just a bit high. Time is called. Steve Earps will head out to the mound to have a talk with Corson, and minus that walk to Thielman a moment ago, it has been smooth sailing for Josh Corson. He had done real well. Gave up 2 in the 3rd. It was shaky. A very quick 4th, and struck out the first 2 batters here in the 5th before a home run and a walk. Monarchs trying to take advantage here. We'll see how long Corson will go in this game. Remember, we talked about already for the Monarchs, Colton Smith likely to come in. He is done warming up down there in the third base side bullpen. Hatzigiorgio, an RBI single back in the 3rd inning, really got things started. Monarchs trail by 5, trying to pick up a few more here. Fastball inside, nice take. 2-0. Salinas on deck. He grounded out last time. Had 3 hits, though. He's talked about all these catchers. Alasso, Salinas, Thompson. Some of the heaviest hitters for the Monarchs. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Line drive into left field. Coming over, going to make the catch is Liam Pollock, coasting out towards the warning track. Hatzigiorgio gave it a ride, but couldn't quite get it out. Solo shot from Makana Alasso brings the Monarchs within 5. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning, 9-4, Jetbox on top. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Bottom of the fifth inning. Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to have you along with us. Tom Cavanaugh bringing you through tonight's first game. My partner Dan Leach and I will be on the call for game 2 whenever that one starts up. All dependent on the end of this one in a 9-4 game. Colton Smith, the new pitcher for the Monarchs from Creighton University. He's dangling that right arm with the ball in it before setting at the belt. 0-1. On the batter, that one's in for a strike. Cody Holtink to lead things off and give you the numbers on Ricky Kidd. He went 2 2/3 innings, gave up 6 hits, 5 runs, only 4 of them were earned. He had 2 strikeouts and 2 walks through those 2 2/3 innings. And Smith now, not a big sample size for him as well through his time with the Monarchs. Just 0.1 innings pitched for him. Gave up 3 earned runs, walked 2 in his one start, so it really just was those pair of walks in the third of an inning. Falls off the mound there as the ball's fouled off. Smith with a big smile on his face after kind of biting the dust down the left side of that mound. It's 0-2 still on the 9-batter, Cody Holtink. Holtink with that sporty blue glove. 0-2, high and in. Nice change up. Just misses the spot. And something a lot of people might not know about Lake Trust Stadium at Clear University here is that mound is removable. It's in 6 different pieces that gets picked up and taken off whenever softball is playing. Slider for strike 3, swing and a miss. Cody Holtink goes down swinging his second time striking out today. What a pitch from Colton Smith there. That started middle, and cut to the outside part of the plate to a right-hander, missing the bat of Holtink. There's nothing he could do there. Just shake your head and get back at it next time because it was a perfectly executed pitch there from Colton Smith. His first strikeout as a Monarch as well. Fastball rides high and outside to Michael Shavdarov, one of 3 lefties in this lineup for Jetbox. They're looking to keep that scoring streak going. Catch you up to this point. 1 run in the first, 3 in the second, 4 in the third, and 1 in the fourth inning. Only number they haven't put up there is a 2, and Jetbox right now with 1 out, nobody on. You never know. We saw with 2 outs, Makana Olaso go deep for the Michigan Monarchs. A lot of guys in this lineup got pop. Shavdarov 6 for 20 coming into the game with a home run and 2 doubles. He's going to take ball 4. 4 straight pitches results in a walk for the leadoff batter of Jetbox. So the man with the most action and the most run production today, Ryan Luck, steps in. A 2-run single in the second and had that ground ball to second that was booted. An error on the ground ball up the middle and a run scored. First pitch to Lux is high and in. He leans out of the way. Lux from Shelby Township. Went to Livonia Stevenson before heading to Eastern Michigan. He's a senior. He will be next year. 1-0. Hits him. Fastball rides in and got the shoulder of Ryan Lux. And just like that, it's 2 on. A walk to Shavdarov and now a hit batter. And this is one guy you do not want up at the plate with a couple on and 1 out. Brady Kruzuk, very solid year last year with Madonna. Started almost every single game at first base as a freshman. Was an integral part of that run. They went to the regional tournament for NAIA and played one of the best teams, if not the best team, in that entire conference, Southeastern from the Tampa area. The 1-0 pitch. High fly ball in the left field. This one's carrying out to left. Going back is Kella. He makes the catch. Ranging back in the gap. He turned his back to the ball at first. Looked like he was just going to have to chase it down. And then he's able to recover and make the play over his shoulder. Nice catch from TJ Kella. Krasuk gave that a ride. Nice swing. The wind starting to push out just a little bit. Check that. It's pushing more out towards right field, but still, that ball looked like it was going farther than it did off the bat. Caden Penn, hot bat in this lineup, 2 for 2. One up the middle, other one to right field, takes a strike there, 0-1. 2 gone now with runners on first and second for Jetbox. Arguably their best hitter up, the hottest hitter in their lineup right now. Trying to get to 10 runs for the first time this year. Breaking ball outside. 1-1. The most Jetbox has scored this year was 6. Check that, 5 runs. And they have almost doubled it here. 1-1. Fouled back to the screen by Penn. And you look up and down this roster for Jetbox, there's a lot of really good players, especially one that's not in the lineup right now, Bruce Jellison. He's a sophomore from Wabash Valley Community College. That team is a 60 to 55 win team every single year in JUCO ball, and he played a lot. This one's on the ground, back to the pitcher. Smith going to run it all the way and take it himself for out number 3. Colton Smith takes care of Caden Penn to end the inning. We go to the top of the 6th inning. Jetbox on top, 9-4 here in Game 1 of a doubleheader. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. We'll be back in a moment. Top 6 here from Lake Trust Stadium in Howell, Michigan. Cleary University, very appreciative and thankful for them hosting the Michigan Monarchs this year to play all their home games for the Great Lakes Summer Collegiate League. And we appreciate all you fans tuning in and watching our broadcast tonight. 2 games action-packed. We're halfway through the first one here as Josh Corson resumes his duties on the mound for the Box. 1-0 to Zacharias Salinas, arguably the most productive member on this team. This one's bounced right back to first, and he's called out. That one, Salinas thought that it was going to be a foul ball. It bounced a little bit towards first, but Ryan Lux takes care of him, fields the ball, and tags him. Head coach Kelton Caldwell is going to come down from the third base box and have a conversation with home plate umpire Ed Marks. So it took about 1 or 2 bounces, looked like it was going to get towards first, and not a lot of spin on that ball, so it stayed right at the plate. Lux picked it up and tagged the runner out. Ed Marks tells him there's nothing he can do about it. And we'll resume play with 1 out. And just before that, I was going to get into Salinas. He is 6 for 15 this year, now 6 for 16, hitting 400. 5 RBIs, a double. Later in this game and into game 2, we will see his production. Definitely. Scoop Harden now, struck out swinging his first time, pops it up back to the screen. Unassisted ground out there to the catcher, Lux. Has one gone. Corson was roughed up just a little bit with the solo shot last inning. Big swing and a miss. Bounces away from Lux. 0-2 to Scoop. Where he talked about his heroics last time. The walk-off base hit against the Royal Oak Leprechauns. Last time we were here at Cleary. Lux tried to steal the strike on the outside corner, but home plate Ed Marks a lot smarter than that. When you're a catcher, sometimes it's very easy for the umpire to know it's a ball if you're catching it off the plate and pulling the glove back in. It is an easy telltale sign for a ball call. Swing and a miss to Scoop Harden there. He goes down for out number 2. Second time he's K'd today.
Now batting for your Monarchs from San Jose State University, number 21, TJ Kella.
9-batter TJ Kella. Made a good play in left center. Last inning, it was off the bat of Brady Krasuk. Sky-high fly ball in the left center gap. Looked like he was going to split him. He ranged over and made a nice over-the-left shoulder grab. Kella now rips one into left field for a single. A big hop off the turf, gobbled up by Pollock and left, so a 2-out base hit from Kella keeps things going.
Now batting for your Monarchs from Michigan State University, number 4, Jake Dresselhouse.
So back to the top of the lineup in Dresselhouse. He hit the ball hard last time. It was a line shot, looked to get in the gap of right center, but a lot of tail on the baseball sent it right to Joshua Robinson in right field. Kella, a couple stolen bags this year. He's got a good lead. Maybe test the arm of Ryan Lux behind the plate. We'll see. Big swing and a miss by Dresselhouse, and it's a nice slider cutting away from the righty from Josh Corson. Throughout his time on the mound today, we've seen his off-speed get better. He hit a guy earlier in the game on a fastball and then on a breaking ball later on. But that changeup and that slider getting a lot better as he pulls a breaking ball right down the middle. Just missed by Dresselhouse there. He's quickly down 0-2. Jake has scored twice so far today, back in the second and in the third. Remember, this game was resumed in the bottom of the second inning, a 1-1 game from June 13th. Over at Oakland University. That's where this thing started, and we're finishing it up here in Howell. 0-2, swing and a miss. Joshua Corson, 3 beautiful pitches. Strikes out the leadoff batter for the Michigan Monarchs for out number 3. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. 9-4, Jetbox on top, looking for their very first win of Great Lakes Summer Collegiate League play. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. We'll be back in a minute. Bottom of the sixth, as Madonna's finest steps to the plate for Jetbox, facing Colton Smith. Smith, the second reliever of this game, first today in this game after Ricky Kidd did not start the game, but started on the mound for today in the second inning. It was Luke Lamont who started things off back on the 13th. He won an inning and a third. Fastball high from Smith. Makes get 2 balls and no strikes to Kroll. 0 for 1 day with a walk and a run scored for Nick. Smith, kind of a sidearm action there on the 2-0, gets that popped out of play. We've seen him go over the top, a little bit of a 75 and a quarter arm angle there, just switching up the eye levels for hitters, and that's very versatile for pitchers to have when you're a guy that can do both like that. It pays dividends later in at-bats. 2-1 to Kroll, way outside on the slider. That is the same type of pitch that we saw him strike out Cody Holtink on last inning. It's just a little bit off the plate outside there. He needs to start that right down the middle so it can swing out. 3-1. Kroll waiting. That ball's high and in for ball 4. Leadoff walk to Kroll, and if I'm a betting man, he's probably stealing here. Even with a 5-run lead, this Jetbox team needs to continue to score runs. Liam Pollock 2 for 3 today. And he's been good his entire career. I remember personally playing against him 7U, 8U, 9 years old, or playing in tournaments out at Liberty Park and several other places, Canton, Michigan. And we didn't play together, obviously an opposing player, but he was always very, very good. And we see it today. He's 2 for 3 and a big part of the Oakland Golden Grizzlies baseball club as well. One on, nobody out. Kroll's at first with a small lead. Pollock takes another fastball outside. Smith not missing by a ton. Just a couple inches off the plate there. Wind's starting to pick up now as American flag in right center field. Starting to billow in, but towards right field. 2-0 pitch. Way inside. Olaso was set up on the lower outer half, and that ball went to the opposite lower outer corner. And Smith and the Monarchs in a little bit of trouble here if he's not able to work out of this at-bat. 3 balls, no strikes to the well-hitting Pollock. That's a strike on the outside corner. Nine 4 is our score here in the bottom of the 6th. Jetbox 0-6, trying to be 1-6 after this game. Strike 2 called. Pollock was looking to go to first base and is pulled right back in. Smith's 3-2 pitch off the plate outside. So he battled back from 3-0 but could not finish off the at-bat. It's back-to-back base on balls for Colton Smith, and it'll bring up Brennan Lux. 4 runs, 4 hits, 2 errors for the Monarchs. 9 runs, 8 hits, and 1 error for the box. Smith grips that ball in his right hand. Dangles as he comes set at the belt. Doesn't check the runner and now goes home. Lux pops it out of play. Sometimes with those relievers, they will become solely focused on the batter, not forgetting about the base runners, but not giving them the attention they deserve, which can lead to a few extra steps or a stolen bag. And Nick Kroll, a very heads-up player, might do that down at second. 0-1. Slips off the mound again was Smith. That's the second time he's done that. Some guys are not accustomed to the turf mound, and when you get stuck in that, a lot of these guys wearing those mold plastic cleats rather than the spikes they're used to. 1-1, way outside and low. Still no movement in the bullpen, but a few guys stretching and one playing a little bit of toss in the Monarchs bullpen. It was Ricky Kidd earlier, and now Colton Smith. 2 on, nobody out. Monarchs trying to work out of yet another jam. That one's outside. Lux on the day, 1 for 3. Had an RBI double back in the 4th. Reached on an error and scored in the 2nd. That was when we started play. It was the bottom of the 2nd inning. 3 balls and 1 strike. High and inside. Ball 4. Thought home plate umpire Ed Marks was going to steal that one back, but regardless, it's another walk. The bases have been loaded on free passes. Joshua Robinson now steps in, one of the best hitters on this Jetbox team, but not before Adam Castillo will walk to the mound. Quick 10-second break, we'll take it. 9-4, Jetbox on top with the bases loaded. Monarchs trying to get out of a jam. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. So after the conversation, Colton Smith will stay out on the mound. 3 straight walks to open up the inning here in the bottom of the 6th with Joshua Robinson. This one's up the middle, gloved by Smith. His throw to the plate, wide, all the way back to the backstop. 1 run scores, 2 will score. Runners on the corners now. Kroll comes in, Liam Pollock comes in. It is now 11-4. It was a ground ball back up the middle to Smith, and he threw it wide past Alasso. Would have had the force out at home, maybe a double play at first. Instead, it's 2 more runs in. The 3rd error of the day for the Monarchs. Going to go down as a fielder's choice for Robinson at first. This one's back to the mound again. Robinson going to throw home, but there's nobody on second base. Colton Smith, he fielded the ball and he thought the bases were loaded. He throws back home and Alasso has to throw to first to get the out. So it goes 1, 2, 3 to get the ground out. Cody Holtink is now out. So got to unpack that there. There's just 1 gone after the run comes in. It's now 2nd and 3rd. Lux did not score. Robinson's now on second base after reaching on the error. But just a funky set right there as mental errors plaguing Colton Smith on the mound at the moment. That's a strike called. Michael Shavdarov, RBI single his first time. He's 1 for 1 with a pair of walks. Floated out into center field. It's going to drop by Shavdarov. 1 run will score. Holding up at third is going to be Robinson. RBI single for Michael Shavdarov, his 2nd ribby of the night.
Now batting for the Jetbox from Eastern Michigan University, number 1, Ryan Lux.
Just like that, it's 12-4. Largest lead ever for Jetbox this season. Largest deficit for the Monarchs this season. Another crooked frame with 3 runs coming in so far. Ryan Lux, 3 RBIs so far today. Fastball outside by Smith. So 3 walks in a row to start the inning. All 3 have scored. Kroll, Pollock, and Lux all coming in. 1-0 pitch to Ryan is inside. Moving out of the way there. Smith's got to take an extra second. Some movement in the bullpen right now for the Monarchs. They're looking for pitcher number 4 in this game if Smith is not able to finish the inning. 2-0, runner steals. Alasso's throw down is good. He is safe down at second base is Shavdarov. The run will score. Joshua Robinson coasts in for run number 13. So as Olaso threw down to second, it went all the way down to the bag, and that's when Robinson knew it was okay to score, and he does with ease there. Olaso was just trying to get the out. It was a great throw, but a better jump from Michael Shavdarov gives him a stolen base, the third stolen bag of the day for Jetbox. 9-run lead for the Box at the moment. Mental mistakes and errors compounding on. That ball misses inside. Ryan Lux has a 3-1 count with just one out here in the bottom of the 6th. Another 4-run inning. (3-1) popped off the bat to the right side. Thielman ranges over and makes the catch for out number 2. He didn't have to move much. So a sawed-off pop-up from Ryan Lux records out number 2. And with 2 on and 2 out, Brady Krzyzuk will step in for his 4th at-bat of the day. 0 for 3. He's done it all. Strikeout, ground out, fly out. That fly out was fairly deep out to left center field. TJ Kello, the left fielder, had to make a really nice play. We know Krzyzuk's got a lot of pop in that bat. He's going to pop one up out of play. Last year for the Crusaders. At Madonna, he hit .339 as a freshman. 58 hits, 50 RBIs, 12 home runs, and 13 doubles. Absolutely destroyed the WAC conference. 0-1 to him outside. Monarchs just need to get out of the frame. 4 runs already in. The 1-1 popped up out of play again. Just a little bit late and underneath is Krzyzuk. Remember, folks, tune into Game 2 later on tonight. Probably starting somewhere beyond 8 o'clock. Not going to have a big break in between games, so I'll stay on the stream. Game 2 will start right away. My partner Dan Leach and I will be on the call for that one. Breaking ball, strike 3 called on the outside corner. Colton Smith comes back with a beautiful pitch to get Krzyzuk looking. We go to the 7th inning. 13-4, Jetbox is cruising right now. Michigan Monarchs trying to come back. They are trailing. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. We'll be back in just a moment. Top of the 7th inning. Big deficit here for the Michigan Monarchs. They trail by 9 as Silas Butler steps to the plate. Butler 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. He's going to line one into left field for a base hit. Nice swing from Butler. He is going to think about going to second, but parks it over at first. Huge round, very aggressive turn at first He'll stay there. Leadoff single, though, for the Monarchs. So Luke Johnson looking to put something in play now. He has struck out swinging both times so far today. Johnson, we said, from Middle Tennessee State, a sophomore from Seymour, Tennessee. Fastball high from Joshua Corson, who is still grinding on the mound right now. Corson, 3 in the third innings pitched. 3 hits, 2 runs, a walk, and how about this, 6 strikeouts. One 1-0 to Johnson. Playing shortstop today for the Monarchs. That fastball outside, 2-0. Johnson 4 for 17 on the year as a pair of RBIs. Not a great chance here to drive one in, but Silas Butler is very fast over there at first. Something down the line or in the gap will likely score him from first. Butler takes off for second. The throw down is not in time. He's safe. Kevin Creasy, good call there as the field umpire. And Silas Butler is down to second base now after sneaking the left hand in there. First stolen bag of the night for the Monarchs. 3 balls and no strikes to the 3-batter Luke Johnson. One of the very few lefties in this lineup. 3-0, high and inside for ball 4. So 2 on to start things off. Nobody out. Joshua Corson, likely his last inning of work if he can get through it. We'll see if anybody from the Jetbox organization skips out of that dugout to go grab him, but we don't have a great view at that Jetbox bullpen. We see a ball being tossed. Somebody is definitely getting warmed up. And with a guy like Makana Olaso up, you have to think about it. He took Corson deep his last time up. Big solo shot to left field. Fastball, strike called on the outside corner. We already talked about the success that Makana had over with San Jose State. 3 homers, 26 RBIs, 28 hits. The only thing he struggled with was strikeouts. He had 40 strikeouts and just 7 walks. The 0-1 to him. Nice pitch from Corson. Breaking ball right at the belt. That's how you freeze someone right there. Butler stands at second. He singled. Luke Johnson over at first. He was just walked. No balls and 2 strikes to Makana Olaso, the catcher today for the Monarchs. Strike 3 called on a fastball high and outside. Just on the corner, Corson dotted it up. That's exactly where Lux was set up on the outside corner. And that is going to hurt the run production, having 2 on with nobody out and looking at strike 3. You want to at least put something in play or advance 1 or 2 of those runners that are on at the moment. Avery Thielman, he subbed in for TJ Potkova back in the 5th inning. He walked his only time up. He falls behind 0-1 here on a foul ball. So Potkova earlier in the game had a sac fly that was back in the 3rd, accounted for 1 of the 4 runs. It's going to take a lot more for the Monarchs now if they want to come back and win this game with just 8 outs to play with. Good lead at second base for Butler. Corson delivers. Breaking ball in the dirt. Blocked up by Lux. This might be a turning point for this Jetbox team as well. We said earlier, 5 runs was the most they had scored in a contest, and now they have skyrocketed up to 13 here in this one. Ground ball up the middle, gloved by Corson. He's going to throw it on to second. It's wide. They're going to tag the runner, Johnson. Nice grab at second base there by Cody Holtink. That ball almost went into center field off the hand of Corson. So Johnson is out on the tag. Butler moves up to third base, and on the fielder's choice, Avery Thielman is safe at first. So with 2 gone, there's runners on the corners here and a 9-run game for the Monarchs. Nothing Johnson could really do there, as he would have been out regardless if the throw was on line or if it was off to the right or the left. but almost got into center. Would have been a big break for the Monarchs. Tapped fouled on the third base line. Tony Hatzigiorgio, 1 for 2 today with an RBI single. Thielman, a very small lead at first base, not going anywhere there. He's likely base to base unless something's in the gap here from Hatzigiorgio. Still bad over the right shoulder. He's going to duck that down as that breaking ball misses towards his head. Thomas Sylvester was the scheduled starter. He's the one that started this game for Jetbox. But at the moment, not going to be in the win column just because he came out in a tie game, and Joshua Corson has put together a gem. Tony Hatzigiorgio pops it up on the infield. Calling forward is Holtink. He will make the catch for out number 3. Monarchs put a few on, but strand them both. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. 13-4, it's time to stretch here at Lake Trust Stadium. Jetbox on top of the Monarchs. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. After singing about peanuts and Cracker Jack, we are back here for the bottom of the 7th inning. Tom Cavanaugh bringing you through this one. Very excited for Game 2 with my partner Dan Leach, who's in studio here with us already watching the end of this one. Caden Penn will lead things off against Kevin Cordy, the new right-hander for the Monarchs. Penn tried to lay down a drag bunt, but right past his bat into the glove of Olaso, 0-1. I like the thought as Hatzigiorgio was playing a few steps back at third, and Penn got a little bit of speed. He's already stolen a bag today. Cordy, the tall right-hander, huge breaking ball with a lot of break. 12-6 down on the outside corner, just misses. Penn is 2 for 3 today with a pair of base hits. That one's on the corner for a strike. Nice changeup. Cordy from Saginaw Valley State University spent his first 3 years at Albion College, then transferred over. 1-2. Big swing and a miss at a breaking ball inside. Nice job from Kevin Cordy on his very first batter, striking out Caden Penn. Give you those numbers real fast on Colton Smith. He just went 2 innings, 1 hit, 4 runs, 3 of them earned, 4 walks and 2 strikeouts. So it was just the walks that got to him in that one inning with 3 in a row. Hot shot up the middle into center field by Nick Kroll, right past the feet of Kevin Cordy. That's Kroll's first hit of the ball game. He's now 1 for 2 with a pair of walks. That'll bring up Liam Pollock, 2 for 3. 3 runs scored and a walk. Quite a introduction to Cleary University for him. That big left-handed swing. It seems like a lot of the fastballs on the outer half have worked against Pollock. He will swing and miss at most of those, but can still go the opposite way. His first base hit was slapped out to left. But Cordy has really commanded that off speed as he locates that breaking ball in the outside corner for strike 1. Cordy checks a few times, now delivers a fastball outside. Pollock, one of the better players on this team in understanding the strike zone. You won't see him swing out of the zone very often, as he got Penn to fish at a ball in the dirt earlier, did Cordy. Here's an off-speed pitch, high and away. 2-1 to Pollock. It's 13-4. Big lead here for Jetbox, trying to finish things off here in game 1. 7:30 just about here Eastern time. Game 2 will start anywhere between 8:15 and 8:30, and likely to be a 7-inning contest. We will unravel all of those details to you at the beginning of Game 2 or at the end of Game 1, whenever we get that information. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Pollock. He's going to leave that alone on the ground outside. Three and two now to Liam. Fairly open stance in the left-handed box. Good knee bend on the 3-2. Outside, ball 4. Stealing down to second was Kroll. He's in there regardless. Base hit and a walk, have 2 on with 1 out for Brennan Lux. RBI double back in the 4th. He has reached 3 out of 4 times and scored twice. 2 walks so far. He's going to ground one up the middle. This could be 2. Bounced off of Johnson. Trickles into center field. Routine ground ball that hits the heel of his glove and bounces away from him. Bases are now loaded. It's an error on Johnson. Could have been a double play there if fielded cleanly. Johnson was very close to second base. It would have been an easy flip on to Harden at second. But a booted ball, the 4th error of the night for the Monarchs here in game 1 as the sun begins to set right behind our press box here, affecting some of the outfielders and their vision. First pitch to Joshua Robinson is a strike on the outside corner. Very good day for Robinson, batting in the 8th spot. RBI triple. Fielder's choice drove in a run on the error. On the ground ball back to the mound that Colton Smith threw away. It was a wild throw back to the backstop with the bases loaded, allowing 2 runs to score, and that really broke this game open. It was 9-4. Monarchs were only down 5. That's just one big inning to come back, but a 9-run deficit is a few innings of work. 0-2 pitch, tapped foul. Not going to be a big break in between games. Game 2, 15 to 20 minutes after the conclusion of this one. Still just 1 out as the Monarchs defense has now moved into the infield grass. High pop-up, going to get out of play. Stays 0-2. Kevin Cordy trying to get out of this jam here. Bases are loaded with just 1 out. Any ground ball in the infield is going to be coming home to Olaso for the force. 0-2 pitch. High. He tried to steal the strike and pull it down. Could not fool the home plate umpire, Ed Marks. Gordy's 1-2 is a breaking ball down and away. Just a bit low and outside. He's got a lot of movement on his curveball. It drops 12-6 straight down. The 2-2 again. High pop-up. This should be playable. Hatsa Giorgio ranges over into foul ground, battles the sun, and makes the catch. 2 out now as Robinson pops out in foul ground. Nice play by Tony Hatsa Giorgio over there at third base. That's a big out with the bases loaded. Here's Cody Holtink. 0 for 3 tonight, a pair of strikeouts, and that wacky ground out that went 1-2-3. It didn't need to. It should have gone from the pitcher to the first baseman, but threw home to Olaso, and he had to throw it home. Throw it to first. Check that. A few of those wacky plays today, but I guarantee those mental mistakes and a few of those physical errors as well will be gone in Game 2. 0-1 to Holtink, the 9-batter in the lineup for Jetbox. Leaves that alone. Fastball misses inside. We will see if Josh Corson comes back out on the mound for Jetbox in the top half of the 8th. That's another fastball missing inside. Kroll's at third, Liam Pollock's at second, Brennan Lux over there at first. A base hit, a walk, and an error are the base runners. 2-1 pitch. Just off the plate. Nice breaking ball. Just off the plate. Wow. Olaso brought it back and everything. It was a nice frame, but did not get the call. 3-1. Line drive, base hit down the left field line from Holtink. 1 run will come in and score. 2 will come in and score, and this game is over. 10-run mercy rule has ended things. Thank you, Garrett Pogdovich, for giving me the information. The 10-run mercy rule is in effect. After being 0-6, this Jetbox team has just mercied the Michigan Monarchs. 14-4, Cody Holtink with the supposed walk-off there. What a turn of events. Monarchs playing a winless team, thought they were going to come in here and get a win after being tied 1-1 in the second inning, but my goodness, 2 4-run innings from Jetbox, paired with a few errors and mental mistakes from the Monarchs, led to quite the victory for Jetbox. So 20 to 30 minutes, we'll be back for Game 2. Final score here from Lake Trust Stadium. It is 15-4. Jetbox blanking the Michigan Monarchs there in dramatic fashion as Cole Holtink puts one down the line for the 10th and 11th run to create that deficit. 3-4 now go the Monarchs. 1-6 go the Jetbox. Remember, 20 to 30 minutes. Dan Leach and I will be on the call for Game 2. We'll be back in a minute. 15-4 was your final score. This is Tom Cavanaugh saying so long. We'll see you in a few minutes for Game 2. Thank you very much for listening, everybody. Go Monarchs.
And welcome into Lake Trust Stadium, the home of the Michigan Monarchs. Game 2 of this straight doubleheader. Dan Leach alongside the man, the myth, the legend, Tommy Cavanaugh. Tom, I got to tell you, it wasn't the outcome you wanted as a Monarchs fan. Mercy ruled 15-4 first game that was won by the Jetbox, but boy, did you do a heck of a job calling the game. Even though it was a blowout, if you're a Monarchs fan, I was hanging on your every word.
Thank you very much.
Great work, my friend.
I really appreciate that. It's always fun, no matter the score, being able to come out and watch these kids compete. And it was a good game for quite a while. It was 9-4. It was a close game-ish. Definitely Monarchs could come back in it, but you know, those 3 walks in the 7th inning. Colton Smith came in, walked the first 3 guys, and everything unraveled at that point. There were 2 different 4-run innings that led to that 15-4 Mercy Rule loss, but now it's right back to it. You got a fresh game, a fresh 7 innings here to play in this one, and you're facing a team that just won their first game in Jetbox. Yep. They're now 1-6. You got to shut that down real fast, get a win here, and get back to 500.
Hopefully a different result for the Monarchs in this one. We go right into game number 2, and let's get into those starting lineups. As you mentioned, Tom, the Jetbox now 1-6. The Monarchs 3-4 on the season. Remember, this Monarchs team went 23-15 in the regular season last year, the best record in the Great Lakes Summer Collegiate League, and they won the North Division. Trying to repeat this year. What do we have for our starting lineups?
Jetbox, they're coming to the plate first. They will start with the same man who started game 1, Michael Shavdarov. Batting second will be Ryan Lux. Third, Caden Penn in the cleanup spot. Brother of Ryan, Brennan Lux. Batting fifth, Colin Priest. Sixth is Nick Kroll. Liam Pollock batting seventh. Cody Holtink, the 8th spot. And finishing out the lineup, Matthew Mayer in the 9th spot. Coming up to the plate will be Shavdarov.
Yep, Shavdarov first. We'll get into Quinn Konachevsky in a minute, the starting pitcher here for the Monarchs. And Ed Marks, one of our umpires tonight. And Tom, who's our other one?
Kevin Creasy's behind the dish. He was in the field for game 1.
All right, Kevin Creasy. I wonder if he's related to John Creasy from the great movie Man on Fire. And there's an instant grounder. Are they going to say that was foul? Yep. We got a stoppage of play here, so that's going to keep Shavdarov at the plate as we're just underway here. The scoreboard's kind of gone out in the background there. Little interesting technological mishap. We'll get that fixed, I'm sure.
It looks like a different view.
Yeah.
You got the count up in the top right there, but that box score a little smaller than before.
I guess maybe we're trying different things for the second game of the doubleheader. Takes a strike, does Shavdarov. It's not really clean on the broadcaster's eyes. That's a little smaller font. If I could get some bigger font, I'd appreciate it.
That's why I brought some binoculars.
Nicely done. And a swing and a miss, and striking him out right away is Quinn Konachevsky. And Quinn Konachevsky, the starter for this Monarchs team, he played at Pitt University last year, 11 appearances out of Saginaw, Michigan. He'll be a junior coming up next season. He pitched 3 innings so far this season, 4 hits, 5 earned, and 3 walks. As you mentioned, had some success with Pitt as a sophomore. He'll be a junior next year.
Oh, yeah.
And first pitch in there, a little low for a ball. Coming up now is number 1, Ryan Lux. And if you hear the name Lux a lot, don't be surprised because Butch Lux, the assistant coach, Ryan Lux, and his brother on this team, it is Brennan Lux, who's also on the sideline college. Ryan Lux, an Eastern Michigan Go Eagles catcher out of Shelby Township. And a 1-1 count with Konachevsky delivering, and that ball sprayed out of play. It'll be 1-2. So a nice starter for Konachevsky. By the way, his favorite baseball player growing up, Victor Martinez. He's a pitcher, but he respects the great designated hitter, first baseman Victor Martinez.
Yeah, he knows what's up.
And there's a grounder inside the hole between short and third. That'll be the first hit for the Jetbox, and a hit for Ryan Lux. Ryan Lux came into this doubleheader today, averaging .250 on the season. I believe that'll be his 5th hit today in the season. Did he have 1 in the first game?
Yeah, he did. He had an RBI, a 2-run single back in the 2nd inning of game 1. So he's swinging it very well in the last couple games.
And as you pointed out beautifully, as you did most things during the first game, not that you pointed out anything bad, the Jetbox had not scored even close to the amount of runs that they had, coming into what was the most they had scored? 4?
It was 5, and then they tripled that.
Yep, tripled that with a 15-4 win, and of course they had not won a game. They were 0-6. Tough to have your first loss to the Monarchs, or the Monarchs' first loss to the Jetbox. And we got a 1-1 count here. 1 down, runner on first. Konachevsky, the upcoming junior at Pittsburgh, the Panther, wheeling and dealing. He'll check the runner at first, get him back easily, playing first base. In this second game for the Monarchs is Thielman. We have also Steven Cassis in right, Jake Dresselhaus in center, Mason McGuire in left, Cooper Vance the shortstop as that ball fouled to the right side. Jason Arbini, the second baseman, Cale Vincent third, and Sam Thompson, the man behind the plate.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Sam Thompson throw it down to second. Ryan Luck's got a little bit of speed, but they're going to try Thompson's arm behind the plate, and we've already seen him throw out a few runners this year. Back in Game 1 against the Royal Oak Leprechauns, he threw out 3 in that game, 2 in 1 inning, so watch out for his gun of an arm if anybody steals.
Still a 1-2 count, and that ball hit to the third baseman, Vincent. He's going to try to turn 2, and he does a double play, as my hero Ernie Harwell would say, 2 for the price of 1, and a much different start in this one than the last one, and the Monarchs out of the first inning, and we'll see them bat in the bottom of the first coming up in a second on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back. Dan Leach alongside Tom Cavanaugh. We head to the bottom of the first, the second game of the straight doubleheader. Makeup game from last week, or earlier the week, excuse me, on Tuesday that rained out that was recontinued here in the second inning. First game was 15-4, the Jetbox. Sadly, a mercy rule game, but good start for Quinn Konashevsky inducing a double play and the Monarchs defense. And now on the mound, Dustin Cummins out of Madonna. Number 3, the starting pitcher for the Jetbox. And batting first and fouling that one back is number 4, Jake Dresselhaus, the center fielder. Dresselhaus came into this game, or the doubleheader, excuse me, batting .238 on the season. Dresselhaus, a upcoming senior at Michigan State, Tom Cavanaugh's favorite land, had 51 at-bats last year for the Spartans. That went in there for a ball. It'll be a 1-2 count. So both pitchers kind of getting ahead of the batters early in this one, Tom, and it did happen that way in the first game. It was lower scoring early on, but then a lot of runs get going in the middle innings. And a swing and a miss and strikes him out does Dustin Cummins. So both pitchers off to good starts. And now up for the Monarchs is number 3, the third baseman, Cole Vinson. And Vincent came into this doubleheader batting .385.
And with Dresselhaus striking out there, that's his second strikeout of the day, first in this game. He's in that leadoff spot for a reason. He's got to find a way to get on base just a little bit more. Had a rough first game.
Here comes the pitch. That's way outside. If you're just joining us for the first time in a Monarchs broadcast, first, welcome. We love you. I know we had a bunch of viewers in the first game, and that walk-off by Scoop Hart, his father, edited some of that walk-off video and made you and me even more famous. Tom Cavanaugh slightly a little more famous than I am, but I lived up to the billing with that great walk-off call. And a swing and a miss, swinging and missing early. Dustin Cummins has the Monarchs. It's a 1-1 count. And if you're just joining us, the dimensions of this beautiful Lake Trust Stadium field, 330 to left and right, 420 in the gaps. And that ball hit to the shortstop. Long, rangy play. Can he get him? He cannot. Safe at first is Cale Vinson. And a runner on with one out for the Monarchs. and 440 down the straightaway center, Tom. And you mentioned you went and measured it with your incredible tape measure, 65 feet from the pitcher's mound to that beautiful brick backstop in front of us.
From home plate.
Oh, I'm sorry, from home plate.
Right.
Yeah.
But same thing. Anything on the that's thrown from the pitcher's mound there past the catcher, you never know because it could bounce back because of the brick. But we saw it back last week, bounce back off the brick. But even a wild throw earlier in the last game, it didn't bounce back. So you never know what's going to happen.
And there's a ball again between the gap and third and short, and moving to second easily is Vincent Sam Thompson with a hit, the catcher, and we've got first and second for your Michigan Monarchs, and just one down. And coming up, the cleanup hitter, number 6, Cooper Vance, the shortstop. Cooper Vance out of Eastern Michigan and New Waterford, Ohio. By the way, your Monarchs coached by Kelton Caldwell, pitching coach Adam Castillo, bench coach David Robinson. No, not the Spur, but just as cool of a guy. And your assistant coach, Peter Riley. For the Jetbox, Steve Herbst is the head coach, also the VP of team operations. Assistant coach Butch Lux. Ball outside to Cooper Vance. Their bench coach, Jeremy Kroll, who's likely the father of Nick Kroll. We don't know for sure. We're guessing. A lot of lineage on the Jetbox side, Tom.
Yeah, it's a very tight-knit, family-based organization. You have a lot of teams that are coached by a lot of the same people, and a lot of the players have stayed in the program. Like, for example, Josh Corson, the starting pitcher from the previous game earlier on, he's been playing with Jetbox since he was 8 years old. So a lot of these guys have been with the program forever.
A lot of history with a lot of these teams in this great league, Summer Collegiate League. There's a swing and a miss, 1-1 count here on Cooper Vance. Umpires, by the way, Kevin Creasy behind the plate. He was in the field last game. Ed Marks out in the field. He was behind the plate last game. So 1-1 count, one down, runners on first, second for the Monarchs. And towards the shortstop, bobbles it, gets to the second, won't get the play at first. So runners at first and third with 2 down, and coming up, Avery Thielman, the first baseman. Can he not get a run here, Tommy?
Yeah, it's all about that 2-out hitting. That's going to be the big thing throughout the season. And in this very moment right now for the Monarchs, are they able to put together solid 2-out hits with runners in scoring position? Nick Kroll, the shortstop there for Jetbox, he's clean as a whistle out there at shortstop. Very uncharacteristic bobble there to not allow the double play to end the inning.
Here comes Thielman. Came into the doubleheader today, averaging. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers on the bad because he was pitching before. But Thielman, if he wasn't here today, playing baseball, the game he loves, he'd be golfing, he says. Also loves Chipotle for a post-game meal. That ball in the air to right field, ranging over and trying to get there. Riding does not catch it, and that's going to score 2 runs. And the Monarchs, on the folly of the right fielder for the Jetbox, they score 2. It's Colin Priest who bobbled it and couldn't get the play, and it's 2-0 Monarchs here at the bottom of the first. So that's the way you want to start off the doubleheader, game number 2 after getting kind of blasted in game number 1, Tommy baby.
Yeah, if you were watching back in game 1, remember Jetbox had a check swing double down the right field line to score 2 runs. That one was a high fly ball, wasn't a check swing, but just dropped in on the line there past the glove of Priest. And those are the type of plays that are going to win you ball games in tight situations like that. Those close plays right on the foul line.
All right, here's Cassis looking for some more. The right fielder, Stephen Cassis. He, of San Jose State fame, be a junior next season from Garden Grove, California. Didn't play last year for the Spartans of San Jose State. Here comes the pitch from Cummins, and we do have a strike. Evens the count out at 1-1. Monarchs with 2 in so far. And a runner on second here in the bottom of the first. They lost game number 1 to drop to 3-4 on the season and give the Jetbox their first win. That team out of Auburn Hills, Rochester area. Play their own games at Oakland U. That ball to the shortstop. He'll get it to the first baseman, and that's an easy out. And quietly goes Stephen Cassis. But not before the Michigan Monarchs will score 2 in the bottom of the first and lead it 2-0 after 1 right here on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back to Lake Trust Stadium. Start at the top of the second inning here. Monarchs lead at 2-0 on that two-ribby double by Thielman. Tom Cavanaugh alongside myself, Dan Leach. Great to have you along for a beautiful night tonight, Tom.
Yeah, we're getting way better weather and a lot better air quality this week as well.
That is, thank God. There's no smoke factories and orange Martian stuff going on. Number 11, Brendan Lux, the third baseman, will lead off the inning here. By the way, game time weather for you here in beautiful Howell, Michigan. 67 and sunny. Well, Tom, we kind of goofed a little. There is a little unhealthy air for sensitive groups, but it's not like a 300 like it was in New York last week. 0-2, and the ball outside there. It was a good first inning for Konashevsky. Induced that inning-ending double play. So a 1-2-3 inning to start this one for the upcoming junior at Pitt U. And staying alive, BG style, is Brendan Lux, his brother Ryan. Batted earlier in the first. Somebody tells me this is going to be a much faster-moving game than that first game.
I think so as well. And
a lot of times that's the way it is with doubleheaders.
Yeah, the fast-forward button was picked up on the end of our game, too, finishing in the 7th with that 10-run mercy rule.
Yep, there's a chopper right back to Konashevsky easily to the first baseman there, Thielman, and one up, one down here in the top of the second. And, Tom, I thought you made a great point in the first game about the artificial turf here. It's a beautiful field. But first off, a lot of these kids are, they're used to swinging aluminum bats, and they're using wooden bats. If you're just joining us, that's the way this league operates. And there's a quick grounder by number 33, Colin Priest, and that's going to be into center or into right field, and he's going to be safe there. So the first base runner here for the Jetbox. But I thought you made a good point about how it's difficult for some to transition from regular grass that they play on that to turf, and also the way the mound can be a problem for the pitchers.
Right, like some guys like Ryan Lux, he played at Eastern Michigan. He's used to the turf there. He's able to block those up, but you're right. A lot of guys that played on the dirt, it's different. The ball skips a little faster. It gets on you a little quicker, and when those pitchers throw sliders or breaking balls with that different spin and it catches the turf, it's going to spin one way or the other, and you got to be able to block that up and play it well.
Swing and a foul back by Nick Kroll, the shortstop for the Jetbox. Nick Kroll, Madonna University. Good baseball program there at Madonna U.
Very good.
He'll be a senior out of Milford, Michigan. There's 3 Madonna U players on this Jetbox squad. But working well so far in this one is Konashevsky, just a little bit outside there for a 1-2 count on Nick Kroll. The runner on first, Colin Priest, who singled in the previous at-bat. 1-2 count here on Kroll. 2-0 Monarchs here in the top of the second. And that just a bit outside, a little high there for Kevin Creasy to ring him up. But a 2-2 count here, and looking to ring him up on this one will be Konashevsky. Pitched a nice first inning. Here's the delivery, and a little outside of that one, so we got a full count time. It was 0-2. Now it's worked full.
And Nick Kroll's not a guy you can afford to lose here. He walked twice and scored both times last game. He's going to try to find a way around if he gets on.
And he does get on, and we talked about it in the last broadcast here, that walk-off win against the Leprechauns. Boy, when, walks are always going to hurt you, but especially if you're pitching well like Konashevsky has, as his catcher now heads out there to talk to him, Sam Thompson. You don't want to just go from, being in control of your arsenal to starting to walk players and then starting to give up runs. That's where things can kind of, being a former baseball player yourself, Tom, that's where the wheels can start coming off.
Yeah, it's might be a mechanics thing, but usually it's a mental thing because you're starting out nice, you're hitting all your spots, you're grooving. But once you run into that first roadblock, it's how you respond. Are you going to lose your mind and get rattled and miss pitches, or are we going to see a refocus and a relocation to the pitches that you really want to throw and where your catcher's located at?
Here's Liam Pollock, number 31, the left fielder. And Pollock, in the previous game 1 of this doubleheader, 4 runs scored for him, 2 hits, 2 ribbies, and he walked twice. So another guy that could get on base, Tom.
Yeah, he was that very last 15th run to seal the win.
That mercy rule, never want to be on the wrong end of that one. So a 1-1 count, and that was a little outside there on Liam Pollock. And Pollock for this Jetbox team, looking to do as much damage as he did in the first game in this one. That ball a little low there. And a 2-1 count. Pollock from Oakland University. He must like playing his games at home. Nothing wrong with that. He knows that field pretty well. I think they call it Greg Campy Field. It's not. But Coach Campy, a longtime Oakland U basketball coach, good friend of mine. Big poker player, which is where I'll be heading after this game. You're invited to the good Tim Wilson's poker room. I can't reveal the address. It's secret. But there will be snacks provided. And if you do drink, unlike myself, I have Monster Energies, you can have whatever you want. And there's a swing of this, and he gets him on strikes. And back in charge is Konashevsky. It looked like things were getting a little, contentious there. But he, as he did in the first inning, really kind of throws the hammer down and gets him swinging, does Pollock.
And that's the refocus that we wanted to see right there. You could compound that error and walk into something a lot bigger that could result in runs for Jetbox, but a great at-bat against one of the better hitters for this Jetbox team. Nice job by Quinn.
And now Holtink, Cody Holtink, the second baseman, with runners on first and second. Monarchs up 2-0 here in the top of the second. And that one just outside the zone, a little high there on the fastball. And it's 1-0. And Holtink for this Jetbox squad out of Michigan. See, I could finally say a Wolverine. I have to see all these Spartans that make Tom happy. And there's a chopper through the gap there between second or short and third. And they're going to hold the runners. We're going to have bases loaded. But a nice smackaroo by Holtink, the number 8 hitter. And it'll bring up the catcher in the 9th spot with the bases loaded here. And 2 down. Such a nice start for this Monarchs team. Can they keep them off the scoreboard, that being the Jetbox?
We talked about it in the last half inning. Can the Monarchs come up with that big 2-out hit? Avery Thielman was able to do so with a 2-run double. And now it's Matthew Mayer's turn. He was not playing in Game 1. He's plugged in as the catcher here in Game 2. Let's see how he does it with the bases loaded and 2 outs, if he can clutch up.
All right, here we go. The catcher trying to do some damage here. And Mayer out of Northwood. He'll be a junior out of Iona, Michigan. Beautiful area. 1-0 count. Bases loaded, 2 down. And a chopper to third should end the inning, and it does. And the bases are left loaded by the Jetbox. Monarchs stay leading 2-0. We head to the bottom of 2. Dan Leach and Tom Cavanaugh here on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back, bottom of the second. Dan Leach alongside Tom Cavanaugh. Monarchs up 2-0. Thielman, 2 ribby double that scored him in the first. And now back to work is Cummins. Great inning, a pitch in there again by Konashevsky. Got a little dicey after the first out, but boy, did he reestablish himself, and he's pitched 2 pretty good innings.
Yeah, it's been a good response. He loaded him up last inning, but getting out of the jam is what really matters, and he was able to do so.
And that ball popped into left field under it and making the catch easily there is Liam Pollock. So 1 up, 1 down for the Monarchs. They lead it 2-0 there in the bottom of the second inning.
And Dan, we're not quite there yet, but in a little bit, this sun is going to go down a little bit more, and that twilight is going to start to move in, and these guys are going to have a harder time. Liam Pollock, a very good outfielder in left field, he's going to have a little more trouble with that baseball in about a half hour or so.
Yeah, we saw that happen in our first game, and that ball a little bit inside there on Michael Shadarov, the leadoff hitter and center fielder. So, or check that, excuse me, I was completely mistaken. Connor Cornwell. He likes cans of corn. That's all that matters.
He's playing not with his brother, but against his brother. He's part of the Muskegon Clippers. That's Colin Cornwell. So looking forward to that series as well.
Yep, they'll be in town here on Sunday. Cornwell, the designated hitter in this second game of the doubleheader out of Saginaw Valley State. 17 games appeared in this past season out of Sterling Heights, Michigan. 3-0 count, and finally a strike in there for Dustin Cummins. Remember, he of Madonna University fame. Mentioned 3 Madonna University kids on the Jetbox team, and that ball smacked into right field. Will it stay fair? It will, and it's caught. A nice job there. I believe it was Priest that got that one in the end. And just like that, 2 down. That looked like that might drop for a minute. We saw that happen in the first inning when it was bobbled by Priest and he allowed the 2 runs.
Yeah, Priest was ranging over there, a little deja vu running through his head. He wanted a redemption on that play. And the ball was a little higher, hung up a little longer than Thielman's last inning, so he was able to get there in time. But even the second baseman over there, Cody Holtink, he was almost there to make the catch too. So.
And now with 2 down and nobody on, Mason McGuire will take a strike. The left fielder, McGuire. Wayne State University Warrior proud. And the second sprays it into left field, and he'll get to first easily on that one. So a 2-out hit. Remember, we saw some 2-out magic in the game against the Royal Oak Leprechauns. Can we see some more tonight here in Game 2 of the doubleheader after a tough loss for the Monarchs in Game number 1?
Yeah, and heads up for McGuire in the 9 spot there, turning it back over to the top. So if we're going to look for some 2-out magic, it starts here with the top of the lineup in Jake Dresselhaus.
And McGuire had come into the doubleheader today with a .267 average, 4 hits on the season, so 5 now for McGuire. Also had scored a couple of runs. And now they turn the lineup over as Dresselhaus swings and misses. The center fielder, Jake Dresselhaus, Michigan State's finest. I know that makes Tom happy. Out of Highland, Michigan, had 51 at-bats last year, or this season for the Spartans. 0-1 as Cummins gets ready to deal here. And that ball just a bit inside, so a 1-1 count with McGuire on first, wanting to come home so badly. He misses home, Tom. He would like to take a trip around the bases. That ball high. And 2-1. Hitters count here for Jake Dresselhaus. And Dresselhaus came into the doubleheader today with a .238 average, 5 hits, scored 8 runs. And that ball just a little high there, and now we've got a 3-1 count. And the Monarchs thinking, let's get 200 runner in scoring position with 2 down and bring up Cole Vincent.
And if you're McGuire at first, be patient over there. You got a 3-1 count right now, so you don't want to try to give yourself up on a steal when you could get there on a walk.
And the 3-1 pitch is right through that gap again between third and short, a very popular spot in both games so far tonight. And it's first and second with 2 down. And as we mentioned, here comes Cole Vincent looking for some more offense for the Monarchs.
And just like that, 2 straight outs and 2 straight base hits. It completely changes the inning when you get a couple guys with good swings. And you're right, that 6-hole there between the shortstop and third baseman for both teams, the ball's just been peppered there.
All right, let's see what Vincent can do here. The third baseman, Cale Vincent, Middle Tennessee State, Blue Raider out of Milton, Tennessee. And that ball right between that gap again. It's the favorite spot. And coming around and scoring easily is going to be McGuire. And that's 3-0. Over to second is Dresselhaus. And what a 2-out hit by Cale Vincent. And the Monarchs, 3-zip.
Yep. And I think head coach Kelton Caldwell brought him up and said, hey, guys, that 5-6 hole there looks pretty sweet. How about we all hit it there? That's 3 straight hits, 2 of them in that hole between short and third, and that's where the magic happens, and you already talked about it. Responding after 2 outs to start the inning, Mason McGuire in the 9 hole, turning over that lineup back to the top, and when you have guys like Dresselhaus and Vincent with a lot of talent, they're going to put balls into the outfield and score some runs. Nice job.
And it's always going to be important to get 2-out, hits and 2-out runs. But there's the runners in motion and swing and a miss by Sam Thompson, the catcher. But especially after a beatdown in the first game of a doubleheader, you come out and you start scoring runs with 2 outs, you're feeling really good about yourself.
Yeah, and that starts to kind of decline the confidence of Jetbox as well. After a huge win, they feel somewhat of world beaters against the Monarchs just because of the 15 runs that they put up. So if you're able to get that 2-out hitting and shut down innings and extend innings for yourself in the Michigan Monarchs, you're going to have success here in Game 2.
I mean, you'll love this. Just notice that Sam Thompson's batting helmet has a Michigan State Spartan logo on the front of it. I don't know how I feel about that myself. That ball sprayed up straight to the pitcher, but they're going to let it fall. I have no idea why. And another run's going to score. That was just a little Three Stooges act. There's no infield fly with 2 outs. So, it looks like maybe the umpires are discussing something. I know that at first base, Thompson didn't seem happy about something, but the run scored, right? I mean, that should be 4-0. It is.
I think so. Everything's unfolding at the moment because home plate umpire Kevin Creasy put his hands up and said it was a foul ball because he thought that nobody touched the ball. So the pop-up went in the air. Cummins, the pitcher, thought that the first baseman Penn was going to get the ball. There was some miscommunication there. Neither of them went for the ball. I think the ball was never touched by a player.
I don't think so either.
It took the spin, and it bounced foul, and Kevin Creasy, home plate umpire, heads up by him to see that ball all the way foul. And that's a lack of communication and a mental mistake from the Jetbox Baseball Club there. You got to catch that ball, regardless if it's a foul ball now.
And I thought it ended up touching one. That's why I thought for sure the run scored. But instead, it's just back to Thompson with an 0-2 count. And runners on first, second, they're in motion, and they're going to both get to second and third. It was a closer play at second than I thought it was going to be, but instead, it's a stolen base, and we do have second and third, 2 down, and Thompson back. We thought he had gotten a run in last time, but now he's got another chance here.
Heads up double steal from the Monarchs. That gives them a much better chance to continue this inning and put up a crooked number here in the second.
Yep, so you got Vincent sitting on, or check that, Dressel sitting on second. And that ball over the first baseman's head, and that can score 2, and it's going back towards the fence. He might get a triple. Here comes him chugging around. Sam Thompson with a triple, a stand-up triple. How often do you see that? It scores 2, and the Jetbox, they'll take that instead of the 1, won't they, Tom? 5-0.
And that's exactly how the baseball gods work right there, Dan. You have a miscommunication, you biff a play on a very, very weak pop-up, bites you in the butt, and a line drive right past the right fielder, Colin Priest, all the way to the wall. That's just how baseball works, man.
And I think the Jetbox probably would have taken that run instead of the triple, too. Now, can we go back, Freds? They're like, please, Mr. Creasy. Now up for the Monarchs is Vance, the number 4 hitter, cleanup hitter, shortstop. Cooper Vance out of Eastern Michigan, swing and a miss there. Where's the eagle on his helmet, my alma mater?
I guess some guys are using the team-issued Monarchs helmets, and some are using their collegiate school helmets. I think it's just a matter of preference.
I put in for everyone having their own logo on the
I agree.
on their helmet. And also a picture of me on the back of the helmet. All right, it is a 1-2 count here on Vance. Already 2 runs in, or check that, 3 runs in here in the bottom of the second. Tom Cavanaugh is going to take over and call the top of the third here in a second. And that ball into center field. Will it drop? It will not. And on that was Shadara, but a 3-run second inning for the Monarchs gives them a 5-0 lead. We head to the third, and Tom Cavanaugh takes over on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Cavanaugh on for the top of the third inning. Much appreciated to Dan Leach for letting me cover this half of the inning with Quinn Konashevsky, the lefty, on the mound for the Michigan Monarchs. He's had a good couple of innings, retired all nine, not all nine, but through 2 innings, got through all 9. It's now back to Michael Shavdarov, the center fielder for Jetbox. Lefty on lefty matchup. This one's chopped to the right side to second. Gobbled up quickly by, looked like Vance, and the ball is caught for out number 1. Check that. It's Jason Arbini at second base. He's a two-way guy. Remember, he pitched back last week in Game 1 here at Cleary. This is just the second home game for the Monarchs this year. And they were able to win in dramatic fashion on a walk-off, 8-7, back in Game 1 last week. One gone for Ryan Lux as he pulls one hard on the third baseline. So quickly, one gone. That's kind of been the story here for Quinn Konashevsky. He ran into a little bit of trouble last inning with an error and a walk, but he refocused well. A strikeout to Liam Pollock. The bases were loaded, and he gets a ground out, a weak ground out to third. 0-2 now to Ryan Lux, quickly. Lux pops it up on the infield. Calling for it, Cooper Vance makes the catch. 2 gone. This Monarchs team limiting the physical and mental errors here in Game 2. That's something that is going to continue for this team. They're going to limit those just because of the chemistry, playing together, and getting in the groove of playing baseball in the summer. Big swing and a miss from Caden Penn as he falls out of the box. Penn had the really nice first game, had a pair of hits. Scored twice as that one's down and away, 1-1. 5-0 is our score. Monarchs on top here in the third. Strike called on the outside corner, 1-2. What a location from Quinn Konashevsky out of Pitt University. Through 8 1/3 innings for them last year. Pulled on the ground, foul from Penn. Second lefty-lefty matchup in this inning. There's not many, just 3 lefty-lefty matchups that can happen with Shavdarov, Penn, and Pollock for this Jetbox team against Konashevsky, the southpaw. That ball misses, 2-2 now. Deuces are wild here in the third. Konashevsky deals the pitch, low, getting past the glove of Matthew, check that, Sam Thompson behind the dish. We're going to push to 3-2. Konashevsky looking for another clean inning. Kicks, fires, tapped foul off the foot of Penn. He toe taps in the box there. Sun beginning to set, lights turning on. No wind so far with the American flag at rest in right center. 2 runs in the first, 3 in the second for the Monarchs. They're trying to bring their offense back in to score some more. 3-2 count with 2 outs. Konashevsky deals. Ball outside. Good take from Caden Penn. Saw that all the way. And that's a 2-out base runner now for Jetbox. Brennan Lux, cleanup hitter, was not in that spot in Game 1, was batting 7th. He had an RBI double, so he was moved up to the cleanup spot. Let's see what Konashevsky goes with here on the very first pitch to him. It's on the ground to shortstop. Vance on the run across his body. Beautiful throw on to first for out number 3. Good inning from Quinn Konashevsky, just the walk to Penn, and that's it. 5-0. Monarchs on top. We head to the bottom of the third. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Welcome back to Lake Trust Stadium, the game of the week, Michigan Monarchs Jetbox, here from beautiful Clear University, leading off this inning with the Monarchs already beating the Jetbox 5-0 in bottom of the third. He had a 2-run ribby on that, just wacky play out in right field by Colin Priest. He made up for it the next inning, but definitely would have liked that one back. And let's see. Thielman can start with something here, and he goes right to that 5-6 spot again, and it bounces through. I believe that's the 6th ball in this game so far with the bottom of the third. That's been right between shortstop and third base, and most of them have gotten through.
Yeah, and that one shouldn't have gotten through, but it did because Brennan Lux, he went to get the ball, but he didn't extend the glove out away from his body, He brought his glove back in towards his body, which let the ball eat him up. He needs to scoop out like a first baseman makes a scoop pick at first. That's how you make that play. But that ball ate him up, and you're right. There's a magnet on that 5-6 hole right there.
Something is going on with the Polar Express over there. Here's Cassis, rips one to right field on the run, and somehow coming down with it, and atoning again is Colin Priest. He must have prayed before he went on his horse for that one.
Yeah, atoning for the sins back in the first in the second.
How many religious references got to get it on? Yeah, right. That bad. But what a nice play. I thought Priest for sure wasn't going to get there. It was ripped by Cassis, but just allowed out. And 1 on, 1 out. And up now is Jason Arbini, a two-way player, also pitches. Arbini wears jersey number 18, Saginaw Valley State, upcoming sophomore from Jerome, Michigan. Love cities that are named after people. And Arbini came into the doubleheader with a 2.25 ERA. I don't believe he had batted yet, right? So getting his first cuts here, and it's a 1-1 count. Dustin Cummins on the mound out of Madonna for this Jetbox team. They're 1-6 now after they finally get their first win in game number 1 of this doubleheader against the Monarchs. But Monarchs have paid them back in spades. Up 5-0, and that ball a little outside, 2-1 for Cummins.
Now, Arbini's going to be a jack of all trades for this team. He could be asked to play second, pinch hit, and close out a game all in the same contest, so you never know with him.
And a swing and a miss there by Arbini. By the way, if the Monarchs keep this up and have a nice little post-game celebration, Arbini, a big fan of Famous Dave's Barbecue for the post-game. You'll hucky it out like Famous Dave's. It's in the name. They're famous.
I haven't been there in a while. I need to get
Either have I, but great ribs, great chicken. And that ball sprayed foul to left, so it'll stay 2-2 with 1 down, 1 out. Monarchs up by 5. Dan Leach alongside TC. Tom Cavanaugh did a great job, as always, calling the first game. And now we're back together again, and isn't it so sweet? It's very emotional to be back with you, Tom. It's been like a week.
I know.
I was in Virginia last week, seeing Richmond Flying Squirrels game. That ball on the ground at third, trying to turn 2, and they don't. Nice attempt there by Liam Pollock to turn 2, but couldn't get it in time to Penn at first. And it will be a runner on first with 2 down. Monarchs up 5, and coming up is Connor Cornwell, the DH. Cornwell, Saginaw Valley State University in Sterling Heights, played 17 games last year, and he has got three hits on the season, correct? 3 hits and scored 2 runs. And here comes the delivery by Dustin Cummins. Cummins has given up 5 runs, but at times has looked pretty sharp, Tom, and it's a question of can you keep it at 5, because the Jetbox scored 15 in the first game. Obviously, they were having trouble scoring runs until they played this first game of the doubleheader, but 5 runs isn't 10 or 15. It's definitely capable of getting back in this one. That one sprayed to right field. That one is going to drop over the head of the right fielder, Priest, all the way to the fence and digging for third and coming all the way home as we went of our second triple, and we do, and scoring easily in another stand-up triple. It's Arbini in, and it's Connor Cornwell to third. 2 triples in 3 innings, Tom, by this Monarchs team, 6-0.
They keep hitting it in the perfect spot. That first one earlier by Sam Thompson split the right center gap, And Cornwell puts it down the right field line. It might just be me. I know the turf picks up the ball a little bit, but Callan Priest out there in right field is a little too shallow.
Yeah.
He had to reach to catch that fly out earlier in the inning, and now 2 balls have gotten by him. Either he's taking bad angles to the ball, or he's playing too shallow and needs to deepen up to keep that ball in
he
front.
made a great play on that out to prevent that ball from going way back to the fence. But he's playing with fire out there. I think you're totally right. I think he's in too shallow. And like we said, playing on turf can be a lot different for these players that are used to playing on grass. It's a 1-1 count now on Mason McGuire, the number 9 here. That a little outside on the fastball. 2-1 with 2 down. Runner on third after the triple Lindy by Connor Cornwell. Got to love that if you're his parents and you're back to school reference. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch there by Dustin Cummins. What is the Madonna University mascot? I should know this. I'm going to say, are they the Madonna like a Virgins? What are they? The Madonna Vogues?
They're the Crusaders.
The Crusaders? All right, I was close. Swanson, Samson, I was way off. 2-2 with 2 down here in the bottom of the third. And as bad as it was early for the Monarchs in game number 1, it's that much better for them offensively in game number 2. 6-zip. And looking for more with a runner on third. Here's the pitch. And that one sprayed to left field. Will it drop it? Well. And it's another run. A touchdown, Monarchs. They score their 7th. And it easily to second base is McGuire. The hit parade goes on, TC.
Back-to-back extra base hits, and now 2 hits on the day for Mason McGuire. He's 2 for 2, and just like that, a guy in Dustin Cummins who was fabulous last year for Madonna, only gave up 28 runs in 46 innings. He's out of this ball game in the third inning. The Monarchs have done a fabulous job of knocking him out of this contest. Wow.
Steve Herbst has seen enough. He'll go to the bullpen. We'll let you know who's coming in and the final numbers on Cummins when we come straight back here on the Michigan Monarchs Game of the Week on the Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back, Dan Leach, Tom Cavanaugh. We have a pitching change. Brian Masterson Jr. out of Macomb Community College, upcoming junior out of Roseville, Michigan, will take over for Dustin Cummins. Final numbers on Cummins, just 2 2/3 pitched. Gave up 10 hits, 7 earned, 7 runs, and just struck out 1. So not a great night for Cummins, even though at times he was in command of his pitches, but had some drops like by Priest in right field, some balls through the wickets, balls through that 5-6 hole at third and short. And the Monarchs have scored 7, a full touchdown.
Yeah, I bet 5 of those 10 hits were in that shortstop third base hole for sure.
Seemed like at least half of them. That one between the hole with second and short, and that's into center field. Will score another one. Diving, what do you expect me to do? Dive forward and scoring easily is McGuire, and it's 8-0. So I guess it was a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. If you've wondered why, you definitely have football in my mind because I can't wait for football. But loving baseball, and you're loving the Monarchs tonight, is, as we mentioned, Tom, as bad as things were in Game 1 with that mercy rule, 15-4, they have completely turned it around, 180 degrees and lead 8-0. Bottom three, they might mercy the Jetbox.
Yeah, it could be all the way around, but we're still so early in this game. We got to get to the 7th if we're going to get to that point. So it's on Quinn Konashevsky and the bullpen for the Monarchs to continue to put up goose eggs against this Jetbox team.
Also, new pitcher Brian Masterson Jr. comes in. Things don't get any better than they were for Cummins. As now you've got Vincent at the plate, 2 for 2 on the evening so far in Game 2 here of the doubleheader. And that ball way inside, 2-0. As we mentioned, Masterson Jr. on the Macomb Community College. I think their mascot is a trash can.
No, you want to know what it is?
I know you know it.
The Monarchs.
No way.
Yes,
See,
sir.
This is sick. Double Monarchs? It's got to be serendipity. 2-0 count. Here comes the delivery. Looking back at second is Masterson Jr. It's smacked into right. This should be an easy play for Priest. And it is, and that will mercilessly end the inning. But the Monarchs get 3 more on the board. They lead 8-0 as we head to the top of the 4th on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. And welcome back into Lake Trust Stadium. Dan Leach alongside Tom Cavanaugh. This is embarrassing. We have full rosters, but we actually have a player on the mound. Number 41 takes over for Konashevsky, and we just don't know who he is. I think maybe they picked him up off the side of the highway, and they're like, this guy looks like a baseball player. We will get at you his name as soon as we can. Sid Fitch? Yeah, it does kind of look like Sid Fitch. Maybe it's Ted the Bird Fidrich. But we do not have him on the roster. Any luck here?
No, not at all. When you check out the Great Lakes Collegiate Summer League website on a point streak, you can scroll through. There ain't no number 41 on here.
I'll tell you this. For now, we're going to call him the Galloping Gobbler. And until we get a name, we'll just go with G squared. Any luck, press box officials? I mean, listen, this is a summer college league. There are players that are picked up at the last moment. And we apologize because his parents could be watching. Heck, his girlfriend could be on the broadcast right now. And if you are, looks like you're with quite a good-looking dude. But the Galloping Gobbler, that's it. Fouling that one off. Scowling Priest. He's praying we find out who his name is. You'd like to know who he's facing right now, too. He doesn't have a clue either.
Yeah, it's driving me crazy right now. It really is.
Well, listen, it's not going to happen often, but we really thought we had the full roster, and for some reason, we were not told about the Galloping Gobbler.
Now, there's guys moving in and out. Makana Olaso to start the season, who had the home run in Game 1. He was not part of the team to start things off.
But he's on the roster.
He is now. And we have a few other guys. Sam Baker from Point University just joined, and Jason Dower, another one.
And gets him looking, does the Galloping Gobbler down on strikes as Colin Priest. No amount of holy water helped him on that one. And one down, so whoever he is, he's starting off with a great lineage on this Monarchs roster.
And how about pitching coach Adam Castillo going back-to-back lefties? In game one, the Monarchs went with right-handed pitchers, and that led to a 15 spot from Jet Bucks. So these two lefties are working well right now against the Bucks.
All right, back up for the Jet Box, Nick Kroll, the comedian, the shortstop, and takes a ball outside, 1-1. Kroll, I know, his first time up. Was oh yeah, he walked his first time up, and then the second time it did strike out, I believe. So will the third time be a charm for Kroll, and that one sprayed foul. Now it'll even up the count at 2-2. And we're definitely working hard. We have 13 people right now trying to find out who the Galloping Gobbler is. We've sent them to all directions, including north, south, east, and diagonal. And here's the 2-2 pitch. Oh, just outside the zone. Kevin Creasy calls it a ball. By the way, great job by Ed Marks in the first game. It's Sam Bassett Kennedy out of Michigan. Of course, he's a Spartan. And that ball went into the catcher's glove, so it was a foul tip out. Strikeout number 2 for the Gobbler. But now we know his name is Sam Bassett Kennedy, SBK.
Yeah, he's in there on the roster, but he is listed as number 35. So some of these jersey numbers are not matching up with this point streak numbers as well, which happens. Sometimes you need to be able to go back and refresh everything. It takes actual people doing real manual labor to go in there and change all that up. It's not just the software that does it for you. So
and they do a pretty good. Let's be honest, they do a pretty good job. But sometimes, obviously, maybe the jersey, maybe he left his jersey on the side of the road somewhere, had to borrow a friend's, but there was no 41 before.
Caden Penn, the first baseman for Jetbox, he's usually number 20. He forgot his jersey. He's wearing number 57 in tonight's game.
Well, Sam Bassett Kennedy, Michigan State University's own. He was a transfer. He'll be an upcoming senior left-handed pitcher out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. Interesting, Ann Arbor, Michigan goes to Michigan State. A lot of East Lansing kids go to Ann Arbor. He did have 14 appearances for the Spartans this past season. And we will get you some more numbers on him in just a moment, but it is a 1-1 count on Liam Pollock. Pollock digs in. Here comes Bassett Kennedy, or as we know he's like to be called, SBK. And that a little outside on the curve, so it's 2-1 with 2 down. Monarchs all over this Jetbox squad through 3, 8-0 after losing 15-4 in game number 1. And that ball chopped foul right towards the next batter, Cody Holtink, the second baseman. He actually grabbed it. It's a good play by the second baseman. You would hope a good infielder play would be made by a guy that plays second base. That ball to that 5-6 hole again, but it's picked up by the third baseman and easily throws him out. Great play there by Vincent all the way to Thielman, and that's the end of the third, top of the fourth. We will head to the bottom of the fourth with the Monarchs up 8-0 here on the Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back in. Dan Leach alongside the great Tom Cavanaugh. It's 8-0 Monarchs here on the Michigan Monarchs Game of the Week. Game 1 did not go the home team's way. Well, actually, they were the road team. This was a makeup game number 1. It was a rain out on Tuesday because of the bad weather in the area out in Auburn Hills. They were playing at the Jetbox's home arena or home stadium. So game 1 was a restart in the second inning, but it was with the Monarchs as the away team. But this is the regular scheduled game, and it's our game of the week, and the Monarchs are making the most of it so far through 3.5 innings as we lead off the 4th inning here with them up 8-0 and looking for more. And Brian Masters Jr. took over in the last inning. Sam Thompson leading it off here in the 4th for the Monarchs. Thompson, the catcher, out of Michigan State. He'll be a senior out of Brennan, Georgia. Oh, Georgia. And that ball sprayed towards the third baseman, picked up, thrown all the way across and tagging him and getting him. What a tag there by Penn, and what a throw by Brennan Lux. He sure luxed out on that one. That was a great range by him and a great dig by Penn. Both of them, that was brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, Caden Penn, man, diving towards the line, towards the runner. That
was a major league quality play.
100%. He caught it and tagged him as he was falling to the ground. That's heads-up baseball right there from Caden Penn, and really saved Brennan Lux there, who threw it way wide of the bag, and there was no way Penn was going to touch the bag with his foot. He had to tag him on the blow-by, and that's exactly what he did, but they're going to try to argue that he was safe. Let's see.
Yeah, it looks like Kellen Caldwell was asking for a little clarification, and Ed Marks again made the motion that he tagged him and he was out. There is no replay, of course, in the Great Lakes Summer Collegiate League, so it will stay it out. And sometimes, it might be a good thing there's no review, because umpires are human. The good news came out, Tom, I don't know if you saw it earlier today. It looks like robot umpires will not be ready in time for Major League Baseball next year. I hope they're never ready.
Yeah.
I'm all for making the right call, and I have no problem with review in certain situations. They just reaffirm the call for the 4th time and the 5th time, and Marks shakes his hand in adulation. He's still out. But I don't want robot umpires calling balls and strikes. I get the reasoning, but you got to leave the human element in sports, man. You can't have everything by robots.
I completely agree. And when you look at it for minor league teams, some of these umpires are actually wearing earpieces.
Yeah.
So they're being told ball or strike. And sometimes when you see a delay, it's because they're delaying and have to get that message, ball or strike, and they got to make that call. So when you're watching a minor league game, pay attention to that earpiece in the umpire's ear behind the plate, because he's probably getting a relay on a ball or strike.
That ball chopped to third. It bounces off the bag. It's going to be fair. And heading to first is Vance, and he's going to second easily. That was a fortuitous bounce for the Monarchs and a reverse fortuitous bounce for the Jetbox. Nothing going the Jetbox way so far in this one, Tommy.
And it was everything going the Jetbox way in game one. And, Dan, we talked about it in between games. We were like, hey, I know it was an 11-run loss for the Monarchs. They're going to come out firing here in game 2. And not that they were going to beat down on the Jetbox, but they were going to bring their A game a lot better than what they played earlier today.
By the way, we're watching to the right of us as well. Nothing going Max Homa's way, one of our favorite golfers. He's now 4 over at 6 over on the day. Come on, Max. He has the course record at LA Country Club. And my man Ricky Fowler is killing it. I know he was 9 under. He gave a couple back, but he's been just on fire and has the lowest score along with Schauffele in the history of a round in the U.S. Open. And now up is Thielman, looking to bring in some more power and runs. That ball skied towards foul territory. Can he get it? And he can. Nice play there by Penn. And the runner will advance to third with no throw. And that is, of course, Thompson on third. Or Cass, excuse me. And now we've got 2 down. And Cassis will be up trying to get it. Oh, Cooper Vance, excuse me, on third. And Cassis will try to bring him home with an 8-0 lead already here in the bottom of the 4th. And remember, if this gets to the 7th with a 10-run lead, there'll be a mercy rule like there was in game 1 against the Monarchs.
Yeah, and this run could prove costly right here. Another 2-out hitting opportunity. Let's see.
And Cassis so far on the evening, he's out of San Jose State, yet to register a hit in 2 at-bats. Drove or grounded out both times. This one to left field. Will it drop? It won't. And the play is made by Liam Pollock, and that will end the frame. But through 4, you've got 11 hits. You've got 8 runs for the homestanding Monarchs. We'll get to the 5th inning coming up next here on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back to Lake Trust Stadium here at beautiful Howell, Michigan. Dan Leach alongside Tom Cavanaugh. And much better news to report than in that first game of the doubleheader, which Tom Cavanaugh called brilliantly. It wasn't your fault. But 15-4 mercy rule in game number 1. It's 8-0 Monarchs in game number 2. And we do apologize. We did not think that there was going to be a 7-inning rule implemented. There is. So in doubleheaders that are played, this obviously was a makeup game 1. That's why we thought it did apply. But obviously we're learning the rules of this league, as some people watching are as well. There is no mercy rule because this game is 7 innings.
Right.
So this game will only go 7 innings, and obviously if the Monarchs maintain this lead, which in all likelihood is very likely, after the top of the 7th, this will be an official game, and they will get back to 500 on the season. And the way this thing is going, the Jetbox, really the offense, back to what they were before this game, Tom, where they hadn't scored, more than 4 runs. They really were having trouble scoring runs in general. And then they have obviously that explosion in game number 1 of the doubleheader. Tonight, though, nothing going for the Jetbox. And listen, credit to Quentin Konashevsky, who was fantastic. You obviously have SBK in now, Sam Bassett-Kennedy for his 2nd inning of work, the senior out of Michigan State. And the Jetbox will try to get something going here as we start the top of the 5th. And at the plate is number 30, Cody Holtink, the second baseman. And Holtink with a hit so far in this one, batting .278 on the season. Here's SBK's second delivery. That one skips up to the catcher, Bennett, and rolls towards the batter who's on deck, which of course is number 2, Michael Myers, who doesn't have to even dress up for Halloween. It's already his own costume. 1-1 count here on Holtink. And a swing and a miss. Nice pitch there by SBK. No radar gun here, but I'm guessing that was at least 86 miles an hour.
Yeah, no, from the left side, too, that's very effective. And he is pounding the outside corner to these right-handed hitters, especially as a lefty.
Yep.
It's really tough to hit. It's fading away from the righty with that spin off the arm.
And a 1-2 count almost rung him up there was Creasy. A little outside there, 2-2 on the number 8 hitter, Cody Holtink. It's been all Michigan Monarchs in game 2 here, the doubleheader, 8-0. As we go from dawn to dusk tonight. That big water tower straight in front of us. I kind of want to climb up that. Swing and a miss. He gets him on strikes. The second strikeout for Sam Bassett-Kennedy. Haven't you just wanted to walk up that beautiful water tower there in center field? And me and you should maybe do a broadcast from the top of it. So.
Oh, it would be right at the very top there.
Yeah.
We would have an awesome view.
It would be sick.
We'd have to bring our binoculars for numbers,
Yes.
but other than that.
Or we can just have a camera with like a huge screen in front of us. Make it easy on us. Here is the catcher, Matthew Meyer. And we'll take a ball outside, 1-0 on Meyer. Second inning of work here for Bassett-Kennedy in relief of Quentin Konashevsky, who was excellent. Still out 2 hits, gave up 2 walks, no earned runs or runs of any kind. And stepping out of the plate there is Meyer. Back to first is Thielman. And back to behind the plate is Creasy. I missed what happened there, Tom. I was getting too excited.
It's just a foul ball off of the foot of Mayer there.
Yeah, it seemed like Mayer was a little ginger for a second. So it's a 1-1 count with 1 down here in the top of the 5th. Remember, only a 7-inning game tonight because it's a doubleheader. And that ball bouncing up to the plate. A couple interesting pitches, these last 2 for SBK, who's seemed to be in pretty much command since he's been in this game, but last couple pitches, maybe going away from him a little bit here. Let's see if he can recover and regain his composure. And he does. Nice strike there to even up the count at 2-2.
Yeah, we saw him try to mess with the off speed there, and he spiked it 5 feet in front of the plate, and then goes back to the fastball there and hunts it right on the outside corner. So maybe need to command that off speed a little better.
And swing and a miss. He's down on strikes. Is Meyer, and boy did he recover after 2 questionable pitches, 2 brilliant ones. We know it's never a good thing in baseball to bounce a ball to the plate, but boy did SBK recover there, the previously AKA Galloping Ghost. And it's 2 down, and he's looking pretty good.
He's just changing eye levels there, Dan.
Yep.
Leaves one low in the dirt on a bounce, and then he puts one right at the eyes for strike 3. Well done.
He's trying to bait Meyer into swinging at some wacky stuff there. That ball right in for a strike with a fastball on Shadorov, who is struck out already once today, came in averaging .320 on the season. He's one of the better hitters for the Jetbox. That ball a little inside. He was counted 1-1. I've been impressed with both the Monarchs pitchers so far tonight.
I agree. Yeah, both of these lefties are dominating, and these are the only 2 lefties on this team.
Yep, and they're doing it in back-to-back fashion. You're going to love that. And, boy, if your team doesn't hit lefties well, you're in trouble.
Yeah, that could play well later in the year when
Sure.
we get down to playoff time and you see a lineup, maybe Jetbox or other teams that are heavy lefty lineups.
Playoffs, that ball a little outside. And it will be 3-1 on the leadoff hitter, Michael Shadorov. Shadorov out of Davenport, sophomore from Warren, Michigan. Davenport University. And that ball fouled at the plate by Shadorov. He stays alive now. 3-2, the count is full with 2 down, nobody on base, and an 8-0 Monarchs lead here in the top of the 5th.
And one thing I've noticed, Dan, is these Jetbox hitters last game came to the plate with a lot more of a plan.
Yep.
It doesn't seem like they have much going on in their head right now coming to the plate against both of these lefties.
That is a great point, Tom. And yes, Shadorov draws a walk there, but boy, they've looked confused at times. They've swung at some bad pitches. Yes, some of them have fought hard and stayed alive in some 0-2, 1-2 counts, but that's a great point where it seemed like, and a lot of these guys did play game 1, but some didn't, that they had that kind of plan, a scouting plan, whatever, the coaching staff led by Steve Herbst had decided to do. But this game, they seemed just kind of wallowing in confusion. And you got to give credit as a strike thrown there by SBK to Kadashevsky, who started off the game, inducing that ground inning double play in the first. Obviously, SBK comes in an inning ago. He's been solid from the jump, so that's obviously a big part of it too. But I'm totally with you that they really have not seemed to have much of a plan. That ball a little outside, 1-1 on number 1, Ryan Lux. 2 Luxes on this squad, including the assistant coach, would make it 3, Butch Lux. We also have Nick Kroll's father as the bench coach, Jeremy Kroll. That ball in for a strike by SBK. It's 1-2 with 2 down, trying for another clean inning. Zeros on the board all the way through tonight. Just a few hits for this Jetbox team anyway. They trail 8-0, top of 5. And that ball just out of the zone evens the count up at 2-2 on Ryan Lux. And you know that Sam Bassett Kennedy would love another K on this one.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind him going off speed here too, just because he's got another pitch to play with.
Sure.
He's been locating the fastball well. We saw him get that last strikeout earlier this inning. Let's see if he goes with the off speed of the fastball.
Here's the 2 delivery runner in motion, and that ball sprayed to left foul. And having to send him back to first base, Shadorov, who walked to keep this inning alive. So it'll be another 2-2 delivery for Bassett Kennedy, a.k.a. the Galloping Ghost. Gets the sign. Here comes the 2-2. Fires it in. That ball sprayed towards a car in right field. Luckily, there's not that many close. I parked at a different spot than last game, Tom, because my car almost got hit last game. You thought yours might have.
Yeah.
Car's somewhat close out of the left field area.
I parked as far away as I could down in that left field parking lot.
Next time I'm parking at the water tower. That way I'll be safe. Here's another 2-2 delivery by SBK. And that too high, so the count runs full. You don't want to put a runner in scoring position. You want to keep things going. Obviously, the lead is safe here, but the way that the Monarchs have played today, both defensively and by the pitching staff, you don't want to allow any runs here. Here's the payoff pitch. And it's a ball. It'll put 2 on with 2 out. That was really close there, TC. But you know what? You got to give credit to Ryan Lux for that at bat there. He made Sam Bassett Kennedy work and got himself on base.
Yeah, he grinded. It was 2-2. Bassett Kennedy threw him a breaking ball high and inside. He pulled it foul down the line. He then got a fastball outside. poked it foul down the right field line. Works the count, draws the walk, and now it's 2 on with 2 out. And I like SBK there throwing a breaking ball on 3-2 because obviously these games matter, yes, but you want to put your best foot forward when you go play for your college season, and if you're going to work on stuff right now, you have to do that 3-2 breaking ball, the stuff you're uncomfortable with. So I like that they're going for that pitch on 3-2 because you might walk him, but you'd rather do it here now than for the Spartans next year.
And you know what else I like? Sam Thompson coming out, the senior leader, to talk to his pitcher, Sam Bassett-Kennedy. So some good leadership skills shown there to settle him down. He's pitched pretty solid so far. You don't want to give him any runs here. 2 down, 2 on. Here's Caden Penn. He'll take a strike, even up the count on 1-1. Penn with a walk so far. This one came in averaging 400, the best batter on this Jetbox team. And you've seen his power throughout these first couple of games here. He's definitely capable of raking. And that ball low for a 2-1 count. And as good as Sam Bassett-Kennedy has been, losing a little bit here. You just want to remember he recovered last time after 2 questionable pitches in the previous inning. Let's see if he can do it again here.
Yeah, after back-to-back strikeouts, back-to-back walks occurred. Now it's time to even things out right here. Just pitch to some contact. See if you can get a rollover ground ball.
2-1 count. That ball fouled back left side. It will get to another 2-strike count with 2 down here. Last time, obviously, you had Ryan Lux work the walk. And it's 2-2 with 2 down, 8-0 Monarchs, top of 5. Here's SBK's delivery. And, just a bit outside. You thought that Cressy was going to ring him up there. That looked pretty darn close to me, Tom.
Yeah, just off the plate outside by a tad. If he's going to go for that pitch, he's got to start it more on the middle of the plate so it cuts out to the corner.
Another full count here, second in a row. Can he get him? And he cannot. He's walked the bases loaded, a la Rick Vaughn for the California Penal League. And now, bases juiced. Sam Bennett's going to go back out to talk to him again. And then what would you say? Listen, you're a longtime baseball player, much better level than I ever was. What are you Sam Bennett telling SBK right now?
Him and Adam Castillo, pitching coach, who played college baseball for several years, so he has a very good expertise on what to do here. This conversation is not mechanical. It's not, hey, tuck your arm, hey, level out your shoulders. It's take a deep breath. You've done very well. You have 3 strikeouts in the last 2 innings. You've been great. You can get these guys out. You've had success. But a few missed pitches obviously have loaded these bases up. A deep breath, pitch to contact. You have the 4-hitter Brendan Lux coming up, but he's 0 for 2 with a pair of weak groundouts. So if you're able to pitch to contact here, maybe get one on the outside corner, you could get a rollover for out number 3, and that will finish this inning. So it's more of a take a deep breath, relax, not more of a mechanical, thing that would completely change his motion and how he's throwing right now.
Great stuff there, Tom. And Brendan Lux, by the way, very rare. He's one of the few undecided players in this league as far as where he's going to college. He is going to be a junior out of Shelby Township. That ball gets past the catcher Thompson. They're going to try to score, and the play at the plate, the ball bounces past the pitcher, and they're going to score 2 now. You almost got the first runner out. Instead, you get the second runner in, and it goes from 8-0 to 8-2, and that's just unlucky there. It was a rough foul situation, and, Sam Bennett tried to get it to his pitcher. I thought it was going to be a play at the plate. It looked like it had a chance, but instead the ball was dropped, and then 2 runs scored instead of 1.
Yeah, the ball popped off of the sliding Shovdarov, and it trickled towards first base and allowed the other runner to score. That's just a bad break right there.
Bad break. Everything's gone the Monarchs' way. You're going to give up some runs. So obviously the shutout is over, but let's see if Sam Bassett-Kennedy can get out of this inning with just the 2 runs scored. And Brennan Lux still at the plate, the third baseman. Here comes the delivery. That one's popped up a mile in the air, should end the inning, and it will. In on that play, Cassis, or check that Arbini, and it'll be just a 2-run inning. Could have been worse, could have been better, but the Monarchs still lead it 8-2 after 5.5. Let's see what happens here in the bottom of the 5th here on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back to Lake Trust Stadium. As we move to the bottom of the fifth, still on the mound for the Jetbox is Brian Masterson Jr. And leading off things here for the Monarchs is Jason Arbini. So the Monarchs gave up 2 in that last half inning. Still up 8-2 in game 2 of the doubleheader. That inside 2-0 count here. Maybe they can get them right back, Tom. But, you know, I want to give some credit where credit is due. Sam Bass-Kennedy was pitching great. Had some unlucky breaks. Had some interesting pitches that were not the ones that he wanted. That one's fouled back for a 2-1 count. But he started off really strong and just kind of got unlucky at times, along with some interesting pitches towards the end of that half inning.
Yeah, he missed some pitches towards the top of the lineup there, walking 3 in a row, but he didn't miss by much.
No.
They were very close pitches that just couldn't get the zone, and it led to 3 straight walks, and obviously the wild pitch there bounces away and leads to 2 more scoring.
Just an unlucky break there.
Right.
Obviously, scoring 1 you thought it was a play at the plate, but then it scored the second. It's just that's how baseball. It's a game of inches. Here's a 2-2 count. That one smacked a mile in the air on the infield. Should be an easy play, and it is for Penn. So 1 up, 1 down. Here in the bottom of the fifth, Monarchs lead at 8-2. And Tom, you explained it beautifully before about how, when you get from dusk to night here, it's that kind of weird period when the lights come on. Now it's fully kind of engrossed in the lights. But that little tween period can be interesting.
Yeah, this is where it starts right here. It's that very dark blue, kind of violet color to the sky, and it'll lead to some issues. You saw Penn there make an okay play, but last half inning we saw a pop out to the second baseman of the Monarchs, and he was having a little bit of trouble, kind of staggering a bit, trying to center himself underneath the baseball.
So up now, Connor Cornwell. He tripled the last time up, one of the 2 triples in this game. Ended up scoring after that as well. Cornwell on the season, 286 hitter. Here comes the delivery from Masterson Jr., 1-1 count, 1 down. Nobody on here in the bottom of the fifth, and they're between that favorite 5 and 6 hole for, I think, the 15th time tonight. And on base again, second time in a row here is Cornwell. So 1 on, 1 out. Tom, I think we've had, no joke, 10 balls hit between the 5 and 6 hole tonight.
I know, and I'm very surprised that neither shortstop has shaded that way. And obviously it's double play depth, so Kroll, the shortstop for Jetbox, is going to play up the middle. But with nobody on or a couple guys on base, either be the third baseman and play off the bag a little bit, or be the shortstop and get in that hole right there to eliminate those balls, because it's happened so many times, it's going to keep happening.
And that ball fouled back by Mason McGuire. Now, most of them have been with the Jetbox in the field. There have been some with the Monarchs. Is that in a coaching adjustment that should have been done by Steve Herbst for the Jetbox a while ago? Because it keeps happening.
I think so. I mean, it's very tough to come in and scout these guys before the game,
Sure.
so you don't really have like a preconceived notion on if you're going to shade or not. But I think when something becomes a theme throughout a game, you have to make some sort of a tweak.
This is Millhouse, 2 for 2 so far with 2 runs scored and a ribby. And batting .353 on this young season, where the Monarchs look to make it 4-4 on the year. And that ball smacked into center field past the shortstop, and that is going to put runners on first and second with 1 down. The Monarchs gave up 2 in the last half inning. They want to get them right back here in the bottom of the fifth, Tommy.
Yeah, with back-to-back hits in the 8-9 spots. A lot of teams have those
good
8-9
production for the 8-9 spot tonight.
A lot of those guys are, sort of your bottom half hitters, but not here. You got Cornwell, who's hitting .333, and McGuire, who's hitting .390. So when your 8-9 guys are pushing balls up the middle and in the hole there, that's awesome.
And I do believe we've got a pinch hitter, number 27, who, of course, is not on our roster. This is Galloping Ghost number 2. Anybody know who number 27 is? Garrett Primetime Pogrovich, the top-level statistician, has told me he doesn't know it. If he doesn't know, nobody knows.
Yeah, we have a few discrepancies between numbers on the website and numbers on the tangible jerseys.
All right, so we'll just call him Abe Jackson for now. Jackson steps in, swings, and chops it to the shortstop, who's going to get out Abe Jackson at first, and that'll be 2 down now, but runners at second and third, and a base hit here by Cale Vinson. Could score those 2 they gave up the Monarchs in the last half inning.
And that's as good as a bunt right there, Dan.
Sure.
I mean, that slow roller right there puts runners on second and third. And, yeah, Vincent's 2 for 3 tonight. he's got a really good chance right here to put something in the gap, but they're 2 singles. Let's see if he can get an extra base hit and bring in a few.
We apologize if you're the parents of Abe Jackson. Just send us an email and let us know who that is at wirethejerseysallmessedup.com. That's all you got to do. And the first delivery in by Masterson Jr. is outside for a ball, 1-0 on Vincent. Of course, it was the pinch hitter for Dresselhaus. And that ball low and outside. And it looks like, is it Jason Dower? Yep, Jason Dower, who's number 0 normally. He's from Point U. Is that a place where you can bet? Because I'll bet at Point U. Senior out of Alpharetta, Georgia. And that ball smacked towards the third baseman. Can he do it again? He did it earlier in the game, and he does. A nice play there by Brennan Lux to Penn, and that will end the inning and the threat for the Monarchs. As we head to the top of the 6th, it's Michigan 8. The Jetbox 2. Tommy Cavanaugh will take over for the top of the 6th here on the Michigan Monarchs broadcast network.
Top of the 6th inning. Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. Colin Priest will lead things off for the Bucks against Robert Clan. Clan, remember last time out here at Cleary, he was in the 9th inning, gave up a few runs in the top of the 9th, lost the lead, but got the win because of the Monarchs' ability to come back in that bottom of the 9th, scoring 2. Scoop Harden with the walk-off base hit into center field got Clan the win, so he's 1-0 on the year. Priest takes a fastball inside, 2-2 now. Priest so far reached on an error and struck out looking. Sam Bassett-Kennedy, the final pitcher that was just in for the Monarchs. He went an inning and a third, gave up 2 runs, no hits allowed, 3 walks and 3 strikeouts. SBK, pretty good first outing. And this ball's popped up. Losing it in the sky there, but luckily foul was Mason McGuire in left field. So we already talked about this twilight here affecting some of the outfielders, and you just saw right there Mason McGuire standing frozen in left field. He wasn't sure where the ball was. And it lands foul for strike number 2. It's 2-2 on Colin Priest. Nick Kroll waits on deck, followed by Liam Pollock. Again, big shout out to Dan Leach and all of you out there listening to our broadcast. You can catch us on Meridix, YouTube, Facebook Live. Watch all the action all throughout the year here at home. Clans 2-2, popped up out of play. Good fight from the lefty Priest. Savjarov a lefty, Penn a lefty, Priest, Pollock. This is exactly why they threw back-to-back left-handed pitchers, did the Monarchs. Another fly ball out of play, foul, keeps it at 2-2. Clan's doing a nice job. Fastball's low and outside right now, trying to hammer that outside corner, but Priest fouling every pitch off. Clan, sophomore from Livonia, out of Michigan State. There's a fastball, just misses outside. We're going to push to a full count. Leadoff batter here in the 6th. Clan kicks and fires. Strike 3 called on the inside corner. Kevin Creasy rings him up. Beautiful fastball, catches the inside. First strikeout for Clan and his very first batter that he faces, and Priest goes down looking for the second time. Here's Nick Kroll, 0 for 1 with a walk. Struck out swinging in the 4th. This is just his 3rd time up. Remember, folks, 7-inning contest here in Game 2. Check, swing, no. Strike 1 on the lower outside corner, 0-1. That Kroll was about to go, but left it alone. Clan, out of the stretch, delivers a beautiful off-speed pitch. Swinging right through. Was Nick Kroll fooled on that one. I want to give a big shout-out to Kroll, Brady Kruzuk, and Dustin Cummins, all members of Madonna. I was very fortunate enough to call their games this past spring, and they had a heck of a season. Strike 3 on the outside corner. Robert Clan, back-to-back strikeouts looking. Kroll sits down for the 2nd time today on strikes. Now it's Liam Pollock, who's 0 for 2. Just a yin and a yang type of game for both of these teams. The Monarchs kicking the ball around, not scoring runs in Game 1, and now it's Jetbox's turn to do that. Saw it off, ground ball to 3rd. It's going to be a tough play. Throw on to 1st. Hatsa Giorgio got him. Excuse me, it's Vincent. Wow, Cale Vincent across the diamond for out number 3. 2 strikeouts and a ground out. For Robert Clan, we head to the bottom of the 6th. 8-2. Be back in a minute. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Welcome back into beautiful Lake Trust Stadium. It has finally turned to night here. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Dale H alongside Tom Cavanaugh, who has been pressed on double duty today. Called both games these doubleheaders in very high fashion, Tom. And as I mentioned before we started this one, I figured this one might be a little better than the first one as far as for the Monarchs side of the ledger. And number 38, Andrew Renner. No relation to Jeremy. Thank God Jeremy's better. Gotta love my man from the Marvel Universe, Hawkeye. Sophomore out of Brighton, Michigan. Albion College is his home, and he will be the 3rd pitcher. for the Jet Box tonight. We'll get you the final numbers on Masterson Jr. in just a moment. Sam Thompson leads off the inning here. For the Monarchs, who are just 3 defensive outs away from splitting this doubleheader and back to 4-4 on the season. Remember, this is a Monarchs team that had the most wins in the league last year, 23-15. And showing bunt is Thompson, and he lays down a beaut, and he easily gets to first. Bennett has done it all. Called a great game from behind the plate, has gotten on base, has tripled, driven and run, scored runs, and now one of the great bunts you'll ever see, Tom Cavanaugh.
And a guy that's 2 for 2 with a double already. He's got pop. He's leadoff batter in this inning. You know, you'd think he'd try to slap something in the gap. Nope. He plays well against the third baseman, Lux, who is sagging back, and he drops it perfectly. That's beautiful. A D1 ball player
that
right there.
Beautiful. Final numbers on Brian Masterson Jr. 2 1/3 innings. Gave up 4 hits, no runs, no earned, none earned, no walks, and no strikeouts. That ball to the shortstop, right to the second baseman, and 2 for the price of 1 for the bad guys. And that'll be 2 outs now, nobody on. And coming up is Thielman after Vance grounds into a double play. Thielman, number 19, the first baseman. So far, 2 hits, 2 ribbies. Had that big 2-ribby double in the first inning that was misplayed by Priest. And now he bats with nobody on, 2 outs. First delivery is in, and it's outside from the new pitcher, Andrew Renner. All right, let me test your knowledge again. Do we know Albion College's mascot? My guess is the Roosters.
Yes, my father went there, and so did my mother. They're the Britons.
The Britons?
Go Brits.
So does that have anything to do with England? Are they big Queen fans?
I'm not sure, but they do have a national championship in football.
Yes, they're D3, right?
Yes, sir. My father was a part of that. He was a starting cornerback on that team.
Look at this guy, a little braggadocious, and deservedly so.
You could go to Albion, and they got the full team photo plastered right up on the front in their football locker room. It's awesome.
I heard they actually named part of the library for your dad. Oh, that ball hits him, and it's a little pain in the upper middle back area on Thielman. He's shaking it off. Looks like he's fine, but he does take his base on a hit by pitch. You know, it's something that, you know, I don't think, not in a bad way, that baseball fans don't realize. Those balls hurt. You play the game. You get hit a lot. I mean, those sting the nostrils.
Yeah, especially when it's a fastball. Those sliders and those curveballs, they don't sting as bad. They'll leave a little bit of a bruise, but you get clocked with a 90-plus mile-an-hour fastball, you're hurting for the rest of the day and 2-3 days after that for sure.
Cassis takes a first pitch strike, 0-1 on the right fielder. Cassis so far tonight, some ground outs and a force out in his 4th plate appearance. And I will admit this, back in my NFWB, North Farmington Baseball League days, I was a decent player, but I used to get terrified of getting hit by pitches. I'll admit it. That was the reason that baseball was not my sport. I could rake, though, and that's going to be a strike looking, and getting out of it after it looked like things could be a little dangerous is that brand-new pitcher, Andrew Renner. And this will be last chance time coming up for the Jet Box. Can this Monarchs team even up the doubleheader? We'll find out coming up next, right here on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back in Lake Trust Stadium, top of the 6th, top of the 7th, excuse me, which is basically the same thing as the top of the 9th here in the second game of the doubleheader. 3 defensive outs would end this for the Monarchs, and back in on the mound after a clean 1-2-3 inning is Robert Klan. And Tom, you and I were talking. I mean, it's still early in the year, and this isn't a safe situation, but basically the closest thing the Monarchs would have to a closer is Robert Klan.
I would say so. Remember back against the Leprechauns a week and a half ago when we played here, Klan was in for the save in the top of the ninth, was unable to get it, but Kelton Caldwell, Adam Castillo, the coaching staff have faith in Klan at the end of this ball game. He throws the sixth, and now he's back out for the seventh to finish things up.
And it's a 1-1 count here on Cody Holtink. Holtink with a hit so far in this one. Strikeout, batting .263 on the season. And that ball high for a 2-1 count. And don't forget, we'll be with you here on Sunday night for the next home game. That's when the U.S. Open and Father's Day will be. U.S. Open will be ending, maybe with a Ricky Fowler victory or Rory McIlroy. I'll be happy with either one. That ball in for a strike, 2-2 on Cody Holtink. That game will be a 7:05 start on Sunday against the Clippers. And no, not the Michael Olowokandi Los Angeles style in the basketball arena. A swing and a miss, and he gets him on strikes, does Klan. One up, one down here in the top of the seventh. 2 outs away for sweet victory are the Michigan Monarchs.
Beautiful pitch. We saw Klan his last time out. A little bit, he struggled a little bit with his control. He walked a guy, he hit another guy. That led to a few passes that obviously let the Leprechauns come back in that game. But I'd love to see him correct his mistakes here and really locate better when it's 2-2, 3-2 counts. He's able to get that third strike in those type of more difficult counts against better batters.
Here's the catcher, Matthew Meyer. Takes a strike again. Now it's 0-2 looking. He's got a strikeout so far in the evening, and also just batting .91. Below the Mendoza line, Tom. And here comes the 0-2, and he swings and misses, and that's 2 in a row. Beautiful pitching by Robert Klan. Gotta love it if you're a Monarchs fan.
That's 4 for him. That's 4 in the first 5 batters that he has faced all day long. So if he's able to finish off this game right here with a cherry on top and a 5th strikeout, my goodness, he'd be the player of the game.
And I'll tell you this, Robert Klan, a Michigan State Spartan, making Tom Cavanaugh happy, sophomore out of Livonia, Michigan. First pitch in on Shudarov, the center fielder, who on the game so far tonight has scored a run, walked once and struck out once, 230, or check that 320, average that in for a strike by Klan. Boy, such command of his pitches in these last couple of innings. 1-1 count, last chance time for the Jetbox. They trail 8-2. And a swing and a foul, and now down to their final strike are the Jetbox. And I'm 100% with you. He punches out this batter here. I think Klan's your player of the game. And give credit to guys like Thielman and some others, and even the starter in this game, Konashevsky. But boy, has Klan been good. And wanted that one. Just misses due to the impartiality of Kevin Creasy.
And with Jetbox scoring 2 in the 5th, Klan has shut them down ever since.
And here it is, and that ball chopped right to Klan. He'll easily throw it to first, and that's going to do it. The Monarchs, even this doubleheader at 1-1. Winning this game 8-2, and getting back to 500 on the season. They are 4-4. The Jetbox dropped to 1-7. And Tom, this game number 2, except for that one inning where a couple runs were scored on some wacky plays, domination by the Monarchs in game number 2.
Unbelievable. They came out in those first 3 innings and punched the box in the mouth. 2 in the first, 3 in the second, 3 more in the third. That is all they would need. And from a myriad of guys, Kale Vincent, Sam Thompson, you got Cooper Vance, Avery Thielman, those guys coming through in big ways. They did not in game 1, but also, Dan, a shakeup of the lineup. There's a lot of guys that were not in this lineup here in game 2 that were in game 1. We'll see how that plays out later on in the year, who they're going to have, but it's this collegiate league. They're going to try to share the playing time for the innings with all these guys. But Robert Klan, again, I mean, 4 strikeouts in his last 2 innings of work to really just close the door on a Jetbox team that was not all the way coming back. Right, momentum was on the way back. They scored 2 runs. We're trying to come back in this game, and then you just have a guy like that come in and pound 4 strikeouts and 6 batters. Can't ask for much more, and the Monarchs right with their ways, getting back to 500. That is how you respond after a butt kick and losing 15-4.
And that Michigan State Spartan is our player of the game, Robert Klan. And as we mentioned, we'll be back here, 7:05 start Sunday night against the Clippers. Tom and myself will be joining you. We'll have a pregame a little before that Weather's supposed to be a little spicy, 85 and sunny on Sunday. So when we got one fan going, we have to get 2 or 3 fans. I also will bring in my personal harem where they fan us themselves. So we'll get that. It'll be really chilly here in the press box. But great job by you as always. Great job by the Monarchs tonight. And before we get off the broadcast this evening, we'll be back on Sunday. It's Father's Day. Let's wish all the fathers out there. And there are so many I know watching right now. There are kids from all over the country that will be here on Sunday or maybe aren't going to get a chance to be here. Wish them a very happy and healthy Father's Day. Boy, is baseball, not that the mothers don't matter, they matter just as much, but there's such a connection between fathers and sons when it comes to baseball. So want to wish all of them a happy Father's Day, including yours.
100%. And you can see it on this field right now.
Yep.
You had Lux and Kroll, both of their dads kind of reliving what they did early on in their careers, their baseball careers, of teaching their kids. And obviously you can't do that at the collegiate level, but when you have a chance to do it in a summer league, still at the collegiate level, you're going to jump on that opportunity. And what a day it's going to be on Sunday for the Luxes and the Krolls to be out there with the box competing there. So hats off to them. And as you said, big gratitude and more appreciation than ever to all the fathers, because mine as well. He's a football guy through and through, but knowing that
he's a national champion.
National champion. I wanted to play baseball growing up, so did my 2 other brothers, and he completely immersed himself in the game of baseball, and he's one of the smartest people I know when it comes to baseball. So I think a lot of my knowledge and my skill set on and off the field to him. So thanks, Dad. I really appreciate it.
You might be a national champion. You're fast becoming a broadcast champion. A pleasure working with you as always. Look
You as
forward
well.
to seeing you on Sunday. A big shout out to my dad, the Doc Squatch. I know he is listening as well. He is the best. He's a huge reason that I do what I do and got me to fall in love with sports, Tom, at a young age, taking me to Lions games and Wolverine games and Tigers games. I mean, you're such a youngster, you weren't alive during Tiger Stadium, or maybe you were alive, but probably too young to go. He used to take me to Tiger Stadium and smell the hot dogs and the grass, and we were there for that 1-0 Jimmy Key, Frank Tanana game against the Blue Jays, game 162. Such a great history sports as my dad, so thanks so much to him as well.
Of course.
I know you said the same about your dad too. But shout out to all of you tonight for watching our broadcast. It's our pleasure to bring it to you each and every Monarchs home game, and we'll see you, as we mentioned again, on Sunday, 7:05 start. We'll be on the broadcast just a little bit before that to get ready for the Clippers as they come into town here at Lake Trust Stadium. Once again, though, a complete domination, a team effort in game number 2 after going down on a mercy rule, 50-4 in game 1. The Monarchs come right back and get the job done behind some great pitching by Konashevsky, SBK, Robert Klan, our player of the game is Robert Klan, and some timely offense. They win it 8-2. That's all from here at Lake Trust Stadium. Until next time, for Tom Cavanaugh, I'm Dan Leach. Keep reaching for the stars. Believe in the dream. We're out of here.